Poems **** produced by David Ross and P.G. distributed proofreaders. Poems by Walter R. Cassels, London 1856. Contents: Mabel Hebs, bring the bittern gone. Beatrice D. I tender serenade the eagle wither. The morning star, the delectable mountains, the dark river Witham woods, the star in the east under the sea wind, a challenge at parting, a withered rosebud de profundis, the mother sonnet, data hora quieti, sea margins song. Love took me softly by the hand, the bell Luell in a shell, the raven sonnets on the death of the Duke of Wellington, the passage birds mem, a conceit, the Land's End, the olden time, father and son Orion, the golden water years ago, Vulcan song, the days are past, Guy of Warwick at Eventide, a dirge to my dream love, a night scene sonnet. O cloud so golden floating down the river, Orpheus the sculptor, Mabel, a sketch. Dramatis personae. Aran, a speculative philosopher. Mabel, his wife. Her father. Maurice, Roger, her brothers. Mabel. Scene, a study. Books, pictures, and sculpture about the room, interspersed with chemical and other instruments, globes, and a singular blending of science with art, indicating a delicate and speculative organization in the arranger. Aran, Maurice, and Roger. Aran. Well, well. And so ye deem I love her not, ye and the world that love so passing well, that still I trifle with her bright young life, as the wind plays with some frail water bell, wafting it wantonly about the sky, till at some harsher breath it breaks and dies. Maurice. Nay, not thus far would our reflections go. Friendship paints not with the foul brush of conscience. But thou, a man of dark and mystic aims, tracking out science through forbidden ways, leaving the light and trodden paths to grope mid fearful speculations and wild dreams, mayst hunt thy will-o'-the-wisp until thou leadest our sister, all unwitting, to her death. Roger. That shalt thou answer unto us. Thy life shall be to her life like the sun and shade, lost in one setting. Aran. Thou sayest well, thou sayest well. How oft a random shaft striketh King Truth betwixt the armor joints, one life, one sun, one setting for us both. Which way, then, tend your fears? What certain aim have all these strokes you level at my ways? Roger. We say that you, against all light received, against all laws of prudence and of love, practice dark magic on our sister's soul, that by strange motions, incantations, spells, so work you on her spirit that strange sleep, somber as death's dark shadow, presently steals o'er her fragile body, dulls her sense, and wraps her wholly in its chill embrace, that thus, spellbound, lost to the living world, she lies till thou again unwind her chain, and wakest her feebly to this life of earth. Thus dost thou peril her, thou blinded man. Settest her dear life against thy moonstruck thought, and slayest thy dove on folly's altar steps. Maurice. If you loved her, would your eyes have missed the moonish faintness that o'erlaps her now, melting the fresh, full, ruddy glow of health to loveliness most heavenly, yet most sad? Her cheeks, where youth once summered into roses, glow now with faint exotic loveliness, not native to this harsh and gusty earth, and from her large dark eyes there seems to gaze some angel with mute, melancholy looks, as from a casement at this jarring world. Aran. Ha! Then you too have seen it. It is not, O heaven, is not delusion, this fond dream, but even now it works bliss for her. Proceed, sir, you were saying. Sir, I list. That in her eyes you saw angelic fire, pure from the dross, the dimming clouds of earth, deemed ye now her frame ethereal, unakin to earth's clay moulded fabrics, such, perchance, as entering heaven, might have left its dust at the bright folding portals, sandal-like, and thence, repassing in seraphic trance, still left unclaimed the vesture at the gate. Roger. You glory in her weakness. 'Tis too much, rash man, beware, a bitter end will come. Maurice. I fain would think that studieth o'er at your heated brain to this short fever fit, that soon may pass and leave your vision clear. In truth, I note strange changes in your mien, a wandering glance, quick, restless eagerness, rapt snatches of deep thought, wherein the mind seems cleaving heaven with wild ecstatic wings. Your cheeks are pale, and all your nervous frame thrills 'neath some strange enthusiastic touch. Lay by your books a while, and breathe again, as in those days gone by, the country air, the sweet, calm country air, where perfume floats like love that finds no heart so godlike large can clasp it wholly in its one embrace, but overflows creation with its bliss. Thus shall you quickly exorcise this madness, and cleanse your brain of these pernicious dreams. Aran. This madness. I bethink me of the past, of all the great and noble who have toiled amid the deep dark mines of burning thought, wearing out life to quarry forth the truth, of all the seers and watchers, early and late waiting with eager blood-hot eyes the light rising afar in some untrodden east, full of divine and precious influence, calling, like Mezuin from his minaret, the thankless world to worship and be glad, of all the patient thinkers of the earth who talked with wisdom like familiar friends, until their voices unaccustomed grew, and men stared blankly at them as they passed. I do bethink me of them all, and know how each walked through his labyrinth of scorn, and was accounted mad before all men. But patience, winter bears within its breast the nascent seeds of golden harvest time. This only shall I tell you of my ways, straying, now here, now there, mid science wealth, I have discovered a vast hidden power, a power that perfected shall surely work great revolution in all human laws, where stop its courses I as yet know not. 'Tis to me like the sun, that all the day shines godlike in my vision, and, at night, though darkness hide its brightness, still, I feel, shines on in glory over other spheres. It is a power beneficent and good, that grants to spirit infinite control over all matter, and that frees the soul from its flesh shackles, and its sensuous means. What else its influences, or for health, for happiness, or blessing, I say not, save that such glimpses of vast powers unknown dawn on my wondering mind, that like a man standing upon some giddy pinnacle, with a whole world seen faint and small below, I close mine eyes for very fear and joy. To her, my Mabel, do I bear in love some first fruits of my finding, make her rich, that, gazing through her eyes, I may behold how sweet is heaven, how dear is happiness. This is the sum of that I work on her. Then, though I thank you for your good intent, leave me untroubled to my life of thought, leave her all trustful in the arms of love. Roger. You love her not, false man. Your heart and soul are steeped in science till not in the heel, Achilles-like, is vulnerable left. A. Wear thus feeling's semblance as you will, pale visionary. No more shall I pause, but with strong hand arrest your mad career. Soon we return armed with a father's power, to snatch our sister from your fearful arts. Maurice. Oh! If you love her, sir, as once you did, if yet upon the dial of your life her sun mark out the short sweet hours of joy, and all too swiftly on the shadows glide, if yet you prize the loving heart you hold, from this most mad delusion waken up, that blindly blights her whom it seeks to bless, cease your utopian and unsafe essays, and rather turn your studious care to call the fading roses back into her cheeks, and shed health's gladness on her feeble frame, reflect whilst yet you may, lest late remorse stalk, ghost-like, through the chambers of your soul, haunting their gloomy void for evermore. Exeunt Maurice and Roger. Scene 2. The same. Aran. Aran. Not love her. O my God! Thou knowest me, thou, looking through me as the sun at noon that searches through the being of the world, thou setting life against thy glory light, as men hold up a crystal gainst the sun, making its frame as nothing in the blaze. Lo! My heart was like a chaotic world, still, silent, mid the dreary waste of time. Man there was not in all its desert bounds, but hoary ruins of past wondrous things, old unbeliefs, fierce doubts, unsightly dreams, that wearing out their wild hot breathing life, wearily stretched their writhing shapes to die. Then came she moving o'er my hushed soul, like God's own spirit over earth's void waters, and there arose order and life through all. She was my sun, set high to rule the day, and make my world all bright and beautiful. She was my moon, amid the stilly night subduing darkness with her quiet smiles, and stealing softly through my anxious dreams, a sweet-souled hostage for departed day. She was my summer, clothing all my life with fragrant blossoms of delight and joy. A pause. Not love her. 'Tis as yesterday the time when first my love stole fainting to her ear, in deep scarce-worded murmurs of desire. 'Twas evening, and above the weary land silence lay dreaming in a golden hush. The summer's sunset yellowed in the wheat, and the ripe year, with harvest promise full, slept on the wavy slopes and verdant leas, like one who through long hours of toil at last sees the glad work accomplished, and in peace flings him along the meadows to repose. Below, the bells of even faintly chimed, and sent their hymnal music up the breeze to where I stood, half praying, by her side. Then all my words and thoughts that came and went, waving about the secret of my love, like billows plashing on a silent shore. All at one gush flowed from me o'er her heart, and broke the banks of silence. Then my love sank through her liquid eyes to read her soul, like diver that through waving water floods seeketh the priceless pearl that lies below, and there found life, found joy for evermore. It is as yesterday that time to me, sweet time, when love entwines the locks of life with fragrant blossoms, like a 1 hour's bride, and claspeth summer with soft pleading arms, that she, though ne'er so eager to be gone, still tarries smiling for a last embrace, and drops her hoarded flowers upon the way. It is as yesterday, my love the same, the love that led me through all heavy tasks, all lonely watchings by the midnight lamp, to win the fame that still might shine on her. And how dear the thought, this wondrous power, this godlike influence which has dawned on me, thus from my love takes coloring and aim. Not love her. Well, well, I'll forget the word, the sun shines on, though blind eyes see it not. A pause. It cannot be, this aim so deeply, weighty, so long and calmly sifted, cannot fail. O wondrous power! Great mystery of life! Reserved for me of all the sons of men, fruit ripening high upon the wall of heaven for me to pluck with eager, trembling hands, and press its vintage out for thirsting worlds more blessed still, that into her sweet cup first may I pour the clearest of the wine, for her, ah, yes. For her supreme, I struggle onward through this blinding light, at whose dazzling threshold I might stand, pale, trembling, like a terror-smitten soul, waiting bewildered at the gate of heaven. Yet once again let me the plan review, searching within my soul of souls each part, that doubt or danger, lurking there, may thus by love's keen-scented instincts hunted be. A long pause. Yes. It is so, this deep magnetic sleep, that from my being passes upon her, bindeth the body close in deepest thrall, but setteth free the soul. What real needeth spirit of these sensuous avenues, through which the soul looks feebly on the world? This power then opes the prison door a while, and sends the spirit chainless o'er the earth. This know I, without eyes the spirit sees, gains instant cognizance of hidden things, and counts all space for nothing. Knowledge comes upon it with the falling of the flesh, so that there is no thing in earth or heaven but to the unhoused spirit native is. The mantle falls and leaves the prophet angel. Body, then, is the prison house of soul, and freedom is its highest happiness, its heaven, its primal being full of joy. This power that holdeth thus the keys of life, can then at will give moments of release, which to the soul are as the water brooks that scantly rise amid a sun-scorched waste. These, oft repeated, must at length destroy the thraldom of the flesh, and give at will a freer issue to the practiced soul, at lowest gladden it with gleams of bliss, glimpses of heaven amid this exile time. Yes. Thus, my Mabel, shall thy prisoned soul rise to its sister angels heavenward still, and soon the mortal fetters shall hang loose, scarce clogging aught its motions glad and free. Thus shall thy young fair frame no longer be a prison, but a meetest dwelling place, full of all infinite delights, and dear as is its nest to the heaven-soaring lark, that yearns down, singing, to it from the sky. These men, did they not see it in thine eyes, amazed and fearful at the dazzling sight, as some rude passer gazing up aloft sees from some casement, unawares, a face that makes his great rough heart on sudden rock with wonder and with worship? In her frame did they not see the mortal waxing faint, the immortal fusing it with heavenly fire? The charm works, and thou, my life, my love, reapest the first fruits of my long, long toil. Scene 3. A boudoir. Flowers about it, in beautifully shaped vases. A greenhouse at one end. The window panes delicately tinted, and hung with light fleecy draperies. Mabel working, and singing in a low voice. Mabel, singing. At night when stars shine bright and clear, the soft winds on the casements blow, and round the chamber rustle low, like one unseen, whose voice we hear, on tiptoe stealing to and fro. At night when clouds are dark and drear, they moan about the lattice saw, and murmur sighs for evermore, that fill us with a chilly fear, oft glancing at the well-barred door. At night, in moonlight or in gloom, they wander round the drooping thatch, like some poor exile thence to catch fond glimpses of each well-loved room, and sigh beside the unraised latch. O unseen wind! Art thou alone, thus breathing round the sleeping land? Or roams with thee a spirit band, blending sad voices with thine own, voices that once with cheerful tone made music round the sleeping land? Aran, from the greenhouse, unperceived. Ah! Her dear voice! How all my nature thrills, my heart, my brain, beneath the mellow sound, like some great dome with holy music filled. She is the lark, above my listening soul hovering still with carols from heaven's gate. She is the perfumed breeze, that evermore sweeps music from the Aeolian strings of life. She is the sea, that fills with sweetest sound the yearning earth that folds it in its arms. Not love her, ah! Dear heart, how utterly! A pause. What if amid these spirit wanderings, this so mysterious power can grant at will? What if the angels, smitten with her grace, wooed her away forever from my heart? The dove came twice again unto the ark, with messages of peace, and hope, and joy, but the third time returned not. She's my dove, oh! Winged she ever from my longing heart, the waters of my life would quick subside, and leave me stranded on the shoals of time. What if God saw her hovering aloft, and smiled her in amongst his cherubim? What if the draught of bliss should, lethe-like, blot me forever from her memory, so that she sought me never, never more? Oblivion. Take again this fearful power, no more shall fate be tempted with my wealth, lest covetous it rob me of my all. A pause. And yet, these are but dreams, poor selfish fears, that scum like float and dim love's limpid tide. Shall I thus cage my bird from liberty, and let it beat its life out on the bars, lest some dear bliss detain it in the heavens? Shall I spill rashly forth this wine of joy, because for me within the crystal cup some dregs may haply rest when she has drunk? Ah, no. For her alone shall I take thought. The first pure sacrifice of love is self. There is no peril. God that sends the power will send the guardian angel to direct. I work for her, heaven speed the work of love. Enters the room. Mabel. I waited for thee, love, 'tis past the hour, and on my dial slumbers time in shade when thou comest not to sun me. Aran. I but stood there on the threshold, following thy voice away, away through mazy lengths of dreams. Music, low music from the lips we love, is the true siren that still lures the soul from cares of earth to the enchanted isles. Mabel. Methinks that thou art sad today, my husband. Let me share with thee pain as well as joy, it is the sweetest right that love can claim. We give our joys to strangers, but our grief sighs itself only forth for those we love. We hang our sorrows on the loved one's ear, like jewel dependants for a bridal feast. Aran. Tell me, my Mabel, if within this sleep, to which mine art oft leads thee, there should come some angel bright with heaven's reflected light, wooing thee upward with the songs of bliss. Tell me, my Mabel, wouldst thou freely go, leaving this fair earth vesture only here, leaving me lornly gazing on the sky, blotting its sun out with my blinding tears? Mabel. There is no angel but the angel death could sever me from thee who art all my life. What heaven is there but that which love creates? What songs of bliss, save those by love intoned? Ah! Thou to me art as the sun today, that dies out with its setting utterly. Thou art the ever-flowing crystal spring, that keeps the fountain of my being full. Thou art the heart that beats with measured pulse the joyous moments of my flowing life. Leave thee. How canst thou wrong me with the thought? Aran. Dear Mabel, yet today thy brothers came, taxing me harshly, and in cruel terms, with practicing against thy precious life. Mabel. O, heaven! Aran. They dread these trances, whose dim fame hath floated on the ignorant air to them. They deem this priceless power, new fallen on me, and treasured for thy sake, my best beloved, a most pernicious art, that may, perchance, work evil upon thee. Say, dost thou fear? My Mabel, hast thou faith and trust in me? Shall I proceed, or break this magic wand, wherewith they deem that I am dowered withal? Mabel. I trust in thee, my love, with perfect faith. Am I not as the floating gossamer, steering through ether on thy guiding breath? Am I not as the clay within thy hand, taking the shape and image of thy thought? Heed not these idle tongues, that launch their doubts in erring love against thy watchful care. That which thou doest I accept with joy, I wait for thee as waits a full-sailed bark the coming breeze to waft it o'er the sea. Aran. Fear not. I do well think no peril lies within this power, but virtue of rare worth, else never more its wand had waved o'er thee. Tell me, dost bring no memory back to earth of all these glorious wanderings above? No certain visions of the hidden things thou seest in that far mystic spirit land? Mabel. Nay. It must be as thou dost tell me oft, the soul doth lose its secrets at earth's gate, and all the blinding glories it hath known shed but their mystic influence over life. Therefore, it may be, 'tis I naught retain of that which passeth in these hours of trance. Aran. Yet strive once more to grasp the fleeting dreams, else shall I doubt that which I fondly hope. Sleep, love, and let thy spirit bask a while in heaven's own sunshine, yet forget not me. Makes passes over her, which shortly sink her into a state of trance. 'Tis done. She's free. And now this lovely frame lies tenantless, a casket whose pure gems now sparkle mid the opal lights of heaven. This earth seems very lone and cold to me now she is absent, though a little space. My heart goes restless wandering around, seeking her through old haunts and vacant nooks, like one who, waking from some troubled dream, findeth his love soft stolen from his side, and straightway seeketh in a dim amaze all through the moonlight for her straying feet. A pause. Where art thou, O my dove? About the sky. Ruffling thy breast across what honey breeze? Flashing white pinions gainst the golden sun, that fain would nest thee on his ardent breast. Art thou soft floating through the joys of heaven, with earth far, far beneath thee, like a star struggling up through the tremulous sea of light, that sucks its life down from the eye of day? About the gate of heaven there floats my dove, fanned by the breath of melodies divine. Ops there no casement soft to take her in, and lay her in the bosom of delight? O dove, white dove, now at the gate of heaven, wilt thou wing homeward ere the eventide, on shining pinions to thine own soft nest? A pause. O wonderful! Thou mansion tenantless, unswept by memory, untrod by thought, where all lies tranced in motionless repose, no whisper stirring round the silent place, no foot of guest across the startled halls, no rustling robes about the corridors, no voices floating on the waveless air, no laughters, no sweet songs like angel dreams on silver wings among the arched domes, no swans upon the mere, no golden prow, parting the crystal tide to pleasure's breeze, no flapping sail before the idle wind, no music pulsing out its great wild heart in sweetest passion beats the noontide through, no lovers gliding down sun-checkered glades, in dreams that open wide the Eden gate, and waft them past the guardian seraphim. Sleep over all the present and the past, the future standing idle at the gate, gazing amazed, like one who, in hot haste bearing great tidings to some palace porch, findeth the place deserted. A noise without, enter in haste Father, Maurice and Roger. How now, friends, you are welcome. Father, where's my child, that you maltreat, most rash and guilty man? Aran. Sir, you are over hasty in your words, your child is here. Points to Mabel, who still lies entranced. Father. Mabel. Wake, Mabel, oh my God. She's dead. Maurice. How, dead? Roger. Murdered. Father. Oh. My child. My child. Aran. Peace. She is well, sleep folds her in his arms, and each upheaving of his drowsy breast is like a billow upon pleasure's sea, wafting her on to far Hesperides. Father! This is no healthy sleep that wraps her now, else would she waken at my anxious cry, "'Tis death sleep, wretched man!" Maurice. Let's bear her hence. Roger. Nay. Let him now unwind his magic spells, or fall our vengeance on his guilty head. Aran. Dismiss your fears, and cease your threats. Old man, soon shall I prove how much you wrong my love, thus do I call the spirit home again, and wave the slumber backward from her eyes. Makes passes to awaken her, but without effect after long persistence. Father! Impostor! Would you mock death itself, calling it sleep? You see, death mocks you back. Maurice. In vain. No further seek to blind our fears. Aran. 'Tis strange. Stand back, sirs. 'Tis your influence hath neutralized my power. Stand off, I say. Continuing the passes in great agitation. Roger. By heaven, it is too much, let fall the mask. O villain! You have done your worst at last, and ta'en the sweetest life in all the land, but vengeance swift shall follow on your track. Aran. Hold! Hold! Young man, talk not of vengeance here. This sleep shall pass, and shame your blood-hot words. If it pass, not the vengeance were forestalled. A silence, continuing the passes. O Mabel! Mabel! Hear me where thou art. Come to the lonely heart that yearns for thee. Come to the eyes that seek thee through salt tears. Patience, sirs, now methinks the sense returns, a smile steals o'er her lips, and roseate hues make morning on her downy cheek again. Back, back, my anguish shall unwind the charm. A silence. Father! Sir, I acquit you, pity you. Perceive you loved her, and have erred against yourself. But cease these struggles that but mock us now, they naught avail, my child is dead. Aran. Mabel! Mabel! Heb! Life's chalice is empty, pour in. Pour in. What? Pour in strength. Strength for the struggle through good and ill, through good, that the soul may be upright still, unspoiled by riches, unswerving in will, to walk by the light of unvarnished truth, up the flower-bordered path of youth, through ill, that the soul may stoutly hold its faith, its freedom through hunger and cold, steadfast and pure as the true men of old. Strength for the sunshine, strength for the gloom, strength for the conflict, strength for the tomb. Let not the heart feel a craven fear. Draw from the fountain deep and clear. Brim up life's chalice. Pour in. Pour in. Pour in strength. Life's chalice is empty. Pour in. Pour in. What? Pour in truth. Drink. Till the mists that enshroud the soul, like sleep's drowsy shadows backward roll, and show the spirit its radiant goal, that naught may blind it all its days, or tempt it down earth's crooked ways, drink. Till the soul in the eastern skies behold the glorious star arise, that guides its steps to the promised prize, drink. Till the strong elixir fire each aim of the being with pure desire, nerve the courage to dare the world, though 1,000 scoffers their arrows hurl. Brim up life's chalice, pour in. Pour in. Pour in truth. Life's chalice is empty, pour in. Pour in. What? Pour in love. To quench the thirst of the longing heart, heal all its sorrows with wondrous art, and freshness and joy to its hopes impart, to make the blossoms of life expand, and shed their sweetness on every hand, to melt the frost of each sullen mood, cement the bond of true brotherhood, subdue the evil of time with good, and join the links which death hath thriven betwixt this fallen sphere and heaven, raising the soul above the sky on wings of immortality. Brim up life's chalice, pour in. Pour in. Pour in love. Life's chalice is empty, pour in. Pour in. What? Pour in hope. The soul looks out through the coming years, blinded by doubts, and blinded by tears, seared with the iron of tyrant fears. Is there a break in life's gloomy sky? Can the heart reach it before it die? The path is weary, the desert wide, and sorrow stalks by the pilgrim's side. Oh, for a draught of hope's crystal tide to cheer the parched and fainting one, until his toilsome race be run, and the bright mirage fall from the sky, displaced by a sweet reality. Brim up life's chalice, pour in. Pour in. Pour in hope. Life's chalice is empty, pour in. Pour in. What? Pour in faith. What is life's fabric, so nobly planned, its stately dome, and its ramparts grand, if their foundation rest on the sand, ready to shift with time's ebbing stream, and melt away like a gorgeous dream? God, let us trust Thee in very sooth, feel that the visions, the dreams of youth, its glorious hopes are all based on truth. Thus shall the purpose of life grow clear, love shall be freed from the bondage of fear, and the soul calmly await the morrow untroubled by visions of coming sorrow. Brim up life's chalice, pour in. Pour in. Pour in faith. Spring. On, like a giant, stalketh the strong wind, wrapping the clouds about him, close and dark, rifting creation's soul, for rage is blind, no pitieth he for the earth all stark, shivering beneath the loose and drifting snow, a scanty shroud to hide the dead below. Dead. There is life within the mother's breast, so claspeth she her young ones to her heart. The time will come, the time will come, rest. Rest. Let the mad grey-beard to his north depart, earth shall arise and mock him in his grave. Patience a little, let the dotard rave. The palsied boughs grew still, there came a pause, and nature's heart scarce beat for listening, gazing abroad from all the tempest flaws, with prayerful longing for the Saviour spring. And when she heard spring coming up the sky, earth rose and threw her shroud off joyfully. Then she who once had wept like Niobe, beheld her children springing round her feet, raising young voices in the early day, that never to her ear had seemed so sweet, and the soft murmur of 1,000 rills proclaimed how spring had loosed them on the hills. The bright evangel came, girt round with mirth, and garlanded with youth, and crowned with flowers awake. Arise, ye sons of the new birth, and move to the quick measure of the hours. Summer is coming, go ye forth to meet her, with sweetest hymeneal songs to greet her. So there arose straightway a joyous train, gathered by every nook and hedgerow shade, that in its passage o'er the verdant plain, still in the heart a thrilling music made, sweet pilgrims they of love in youth's gay time, leading the year on to its golden prime. The birds sang homage to her evermore, and myriad winged things, whose radiant dyes made sunshine beautiful, still hovered o'er, and bore her witness in the sunlit skies, and rising from the tomb in glad amaze, came many a sainted flower to hymn her praise. Thus from the streams, and rivers, from the sea, from the sturdy bosom of the mighty hills, from every glade there rose continually a blessing for her, till with joyous thrills earth's bosom heaved, and in man's heart a voice echoed the anthem, Spring is come. Rejoice! The bittern. The reeds are idly waving o'er the marshy ground, the rank and ragged herbage rots on many a mound, and desolate pools and marshes deadly lie around. There is no life nor motion, save the winds that fly with the close muffled clouds in silence through the sky. There is no sound to stir it, save the bittern's cry. The bittern, sitting sadly on the fluted edges of pillars once the prop and pride of palace ledges, now smeared with damp decay and sunk in slimy sedges, shattered and sunken, with the sculptured architrave peering above the surface of the sluggish wave, like a gaunt limb thrust fleshless from a shallow grave. The bittern sitteth sadly on the time-worn stone, upon life's mouldering relics, fearfully alone, searing the silence ofttimes with his solemn tone. The bittern, monarch of the sad and dreary place, mocking the pride and pageant of a ruined race, whose very name's forgotten, and whose deeds have left no trace. The pleasant songs of peace, the lute, the lover's sigh, the statesman's eloquence, the warrior's battle cry have passed and like their echo from the heedless sky, the lonely bittern's note comes sadly floating by. Oh, melancholy sound! Shall thus forever end the glory and the greatness whither all hopes tend, and as the past comes booming shall the present wend? No ear to listen to the old and hard-earned glory, that wore the heart out, made the locks grow scant and hoary, no ear to listen, and no tongue to tell the story. The bittern sitteth midst the marshes of the past, sitteth amidst the ruins, whilst the hours fleet fast, and at his own hoarse cry he looketh round aghast. The hours fleet fast unnoted, and the time is nigh, when even he on noiseless wings shall soar on high, till his deep note is lost amid the azure sky. Gone. The night is dark, and evermore the thick drops patter on the pane. The wind is weary of the rain, and round the thatches moaneth sore. Dark is the night, and cold the air, and all the trees stand stark and bare, with leaves spread dank and sere below, slow rotting on the plashy clay, in the God's acre far away, where she, O God, lies cold below, cold, cold below. And many a bitter day and night have poured their storms upon her breast, and chilled her in her long, long rest, with foul corruption's icy blight. Earth's dews are freezing round the heart, where love alone so late had part, and evermore the frost and snow are burrowing downward through the clay, in the God's acre far away, where she, O God, lies cold below, cold, cold below. Those eyes so full of light are dim, and the clear chalice of her youth, all sparkling up with love and truth, of death drained keenly from the brim. No more can mortal ear rejoice in the soft music of her voice, no wistful eye, through tears of woe, can pierce down through the heavy clay, in the God's acre far away, where she, O God, lies cold below, cold, cold below. A star shines, sudden, from the sky, God's angel cometh, pure and bright, making a radiance through the night, unto the place where, mute, I lie, gazing up in rapt devotion, shaken by a deep emotion, and my thoughts no longer go wandering o'er the plashy clay, in the God's acre far away, where she, O God, lay cold below, cold, cold below. God's angel, our eye divinely bright. But still the olden grace is there, the soft brown eyes, the raven hair, the gentle smile of calm delight, that could such peace and joy impart. The veil is rent from off my heart, and gazing upward, well I know the rain may beat upon the clay in the God's acre far away, but she no longer lies below, enshrouded by the frost and snow, cold, cold below. Beatrice di tender. One, it was too sweet, such dreams do ever fade when sorrow shakes the sleeper from his rest. Life still to me hath been a masquerade, woe in mirth's wildest, gayest mantle dressed, with the heart hidden, but the face displayed. But now the vizard droppeth, crushed and torn, and there is naught left but some tinselled rags, to mock the wearer in the face of morn, as through the gaping world she feebly drags her day-born measure of reproach and scorn. But that his hand should pluck the dream away, and thus, O heaven, it strikes too deep. The knife that wounds me, if not meant to slay, stumbles upon my heart the while I weep. So be it, no hand of mine its course shall stay. False. False to him. Release me, let me go before heaven's judgment seat to make appeal, unfold the records of this life, and show all that the secret pages can reveal, that heaven and earth the inmost truth may know. He cannot think it in his heart of hearts, he cannot wear this falsehood in his soul, or deem me perjured. No delusive arts can make him blot my name from honor's scroll. The sun will shine forth when the cloud departs. Patience, my heart. Error is quick, but truth moves slowly, but moves surely up the earth, wiping from age the heresies of youth, and kindling warmth on the once blasted hearth. Patience, my heart. And rage will turn to ruth. There is no blush upon my brow, though tears are in mine eyes, and sorrow in my heart. This sobbing breast heaves not with traitor fears, no sighs for sin are these that sadly start, and bear their bitter burden to thine ears. And though my woman's strength bend like a reed before the flowing of affliction's river, not for shame, nor for one strumpet deed doth this weak frame bow down, or faintly quiver, as I stand forth alone in deadly need. No. Before thee, Filippo, and the world, cased in its petty panoply of scorn, with myriad slavish lips in mocking curled, spotless and innocent, though most forlorn, here stand I, 'gainst the shafts falsehood hath hurled. To confess thee the guilty act. What act? What act, my Lord, that cometh home to me closer than each hot word, by torment racked, flies at the bidding of false tyranny, that makes at will the pain-wrung falsehood fact? There are full many sins confessed, my Lord, in pain of body and in pain of soul, some from the heart unearthed by fire and sword, and stealing forth amid the spirit's dole, with fiery pain sweat seething every word, but none, my Lord, that riseth to the sky, bears guilt of mine upon its blistered tongue, though torture's fire is quick to forge a lie, none from these women's lips could e'er be wrung, no, none, though on the rack bed bound to die. Poor youth! This poison from his writhing throat, those hellish instruments have haply drawn, and paineth Condé the auspish lies by rote, but to my heart no poison tooth hath gnawn, for in its pulses lies truth's antidote. These limbs, my Lord, can do their task no more, the rack hath crushed them in its wild embrace, so that truth's firm set attitude is o'er, else had I met my judges face to face, and challenged justice, as in days of yore. Yet is the spirit strong within me still, and bears me up though manhood's strength succumb, unbent by any blighting blast of ill, through fiery trials, to all false witness dumb, they cannot stain me, though perchance they kill. I am a woman, weak to combat wrong, but innocent, my Lord, I live or die, and silent, though my God doth tarry long, he sees me throughly with his holy eye, and in my sore, sore need, doth make me strong. This hapless youth, I do forgive him all, now remorse must rankle in his breast, and no cool comfort cometh at his call, to set the tumult of his soul at rest, God's pity on his human weakness fall. 3 Nay, falter not, good friend, thy news is sweet, thanks, thanks. Sweet as is the welcome wind that wafts the calm locked seaman, smooth and fleet, o'er tropic seas unto his side fore-end, Death will bring rest to my weary feet. 'Tis strange, but now the word falls on mine ear soft as the singing of a little child, heaven's music on light pinions floateth near, through all the strife of earth, so harsh and wild, time's stream is rippling on its marges clear. The end is nigh, the end of grief and pain, and life's broad gates are opening to my soul, o'er my weak heart no more shall sorrow reign, enfranchised soon 'twill spurn the harsh control, and never feel its empire again. No more, Filippo, shall my hapless life stand betwixt thee and pleasure, duty's knot shall soon be severed by the headsman's knife, and upon memory one crimson blot shall be the record of a spotless wife. 'Tis well. I would not wander through a haunted mind, ghost-like and fearful in the evening hours, would God that I could leave my peace behind, to bless thee when the night of sorrow lowers, and thou art rifted by affliction's wind. Shouldst thou awake when I have passed thee away, shouldst thou see clear the error and the wrong, and truth break on thee with its dazzling ray, as sure it will, for innocence is strong, then may my prayers thine every pang allay. For thee, poor youth, go not unto the grave with a red lie upon thy trembling tongue, not for myself, but for thy soul I crave. Death's champions should have sinews tightly strung, and thou wilt falter where I shall be brave. In that dim world there flows no cooling stream, no lethe for the guilty and the fevered. There is no answer to their parching scream, from hope and mercy they are ever severed. There is no waking from their spectral dream. Then pause or ere thou stampest on thy soul eternally such misery as thine, and writest on God's conscience blasting scroll, a wife's dishonor, and a tarnished line, to weigh for thee thine everlasting dole. Friend, let thine arm be strong, good sooth there's need, thou cuttest through a weary depth of woe, well, that will pass, and soon rest come indeed, The robe's white now, wilt he long be so? Yet better far the crimson tide should flow, than the heart inly with its anguish bleed. Serenade. The day is fading from the sky, and softly shines the star of even, as watching with a lover's eye the rest of earth the peace of heaven. The dew is rising cool and sweet, and, Zephyrocti, the flowers are closing, the night steals on with noiseless feet, oh, gentle be my love's reposing. The streamlet, as it flows along, sounds like a voice mid childhood's slumbers, and from the brake the queen of song pours forth her softest, clearest numbers. And ever through the stirless leaves the summer moon is brightly streaming, light fancies on the sward it weaves, as radiant be my lady's dreaming. The silent hours move swiftly on, with many a blessed vision laden, that all the night has softly shone upon the hearts of youth and maiden, and now, in golden splendors dressed, the newborn day is gladly breaking, oh, blissful be my lady's rest, and sweet as morn be her awaking. The Eagle. The winds sweep by him on his mountain throne, hurling the clouds together at his feet, till earth is hidden, lost, and swallowed up as in the flood of waters, and he sits eyeing the boundless firmament above, proud and unruffled, till his heart exclaims, I am a god, heaven is my home, the earth serveth me but for footstool. The strong winds sweep on, and wide his pinions spreadeth he, bear me afar, and on the mighty storm he rides triumphant, spurning the dim earth. Whither, oh whither goest thou? What star shall raise its mountains for thee? What far orb echo the fierceness of thy battle cry? What dost thou when the thunder is unloosed? I sit amongst the crags, and feel the earth tremble beneath me, whilst my heart is firm. I gaze upon the lightning, and my lid quivers not. Is there aught 'neath which my gaze quaileth, or waxeth faint? I read the sun under sled where the stars grow dim and pale. Men gather them to battle, host meets host, and I am borne aloft to marshal them, I, the great king of battles, that go forth conquering and to conquer. So do men worship me. Oh! The mighty crash ascends, the shoutings, and the glory, and the woe, one great full shount of homage to mine ears, and there I wait the while the sacrifice is slain before me, then down with a swoop I get me from my skyey throne, and die deep in the ruddy stream my talons grey. Hurrah! Hurrah! Blood reds the flag for me. The time will come, proud one, when thou shalt die. Die. Death I cast from me as these loose plumes that moult out from my pinions, let them go to earth, and death go with them, both I leave to mortals. What have I to do with time? Let him pad forth his speed, these wings of mine shall match him stroke for stroke, until we reach the limits of his empire, and I shake him off like dust upon the threshold of the world. Whither? Whither away, youth, whither away, with lightsome step, and with joyous heart, and eyes that hope's gay glances dart? Whither away, whither away? Into the world, the glorious world, to gain the prize of the brave and bold, to snatch the crown from the age of gold, into the world, into the world. Whither away, girl, whither away? Thy soft blue eyes are suffused with love, and thy smile is as bright as the sunshine above. Whither away, whither away? Into the world, the beautiful world, to meet the heart that must mate with mine, and make the measure of life divine. Into the world, into the world. Whither away, old man, whither away, with locks of white, and form bent low, and trembling hands, and steps so slow? Whither away, whither away? Out of the world, oh! The weary world, with its empty pleasures, and poisoned joys, whose draught first gladdens, and then destroys. Out of the world, with shattered hopes, and with feeble frame, from life's sharp struggle, and unspared aim. Out of the world, oh! The weary world. Whither away, poor one, whither away? Hurrying swiftly, with weeping eyes, and hectic cheeks, and smothered sighs, whither away, whither away? Out of the world, oh! The cold, cold world. Oh! Father, my heart, but there is rest for the sinking soul, and the bruised breast. Out of the world, out of the world. The morning star. Night's heavy hand is lifted up at last, and my freed heart beats evenly again, unpressed by that dull heavy weight of pain cast backward from the unforgotten past. Darkness no longer muffles time's slow tread, till my own pulse beat mark the moment fled. Over the speeding shadows, calm and clear, rises the star of morn upon the earth, eternal prophet of the sun god's birth, shining serenely from its silver sphere, mute mystic meanings on the strengthened soul, till all its night-bred vapors backward roll. O, bright-eyed angel of the undimmed light, standing upon heaven's pinnacle, thy glance pierces like two-edged sword through many a trance, dividing truth from dreaming in its might, scourging doubt's myriads from day's temple gate, leaving life's worship pure, its heart elate. No herald thou of night, like Hesper fair, pale with the dreaded future's shapeless gloom, leading the spirit to an unknown doom. Through clouds and darkness heavy fraught with care, Hesper the beautiful alone our guide, beset by blinding fears on every side. Groping through night's dim chambers wearily, longing to leave its cold sepulchral aisles, comest thou with thy calm assuring smiles, like Nemesis to lead us tenderly through all the dangers of the murky way, unto the golden portals of the day. Yea, night and death shall pass away, and we, by resurrection sweet, arise newborn like thee in glory, bright one, sons of morn, without a shade on our felicity, eyeing the fleeting vapors of the past, as thou dost now night's mists dissolving fast. The delectable mountains. How light and pleasant is the way across this quiet valley, whose soft mead springs lightly as the air that angels tread, beneath our footsteps weariless all day. This crystal river flowing by our side, one stream of sunshine, still has seemed a guide from heaven in pure angelical array. These purple mountains now are nigh, that all the valley through have filled our eyes with daydreams of the distant paradise, their sun-surrounded summits can descry, we mount them now upon hope's bounding wing, that makes each short swift footstep long to spring suddenly upward to the shadeless sky. The air methinks is lighter here, and the breast heaves with full untrammeled ease, drinking the life draught of the fragrant breeze, that wafts its soul sighs to another sphere. Earth groweth little in our eyes, but fair, fair as though sin had never entered there, earth groweth little as heaven draweth near. This rock, and then at last we stand upon the silent summit, scarce I dare gaze outward, through the clear and azure air, towards the radiance of the promised land. I am so weak and fallen, friend, I fear mine eyes will dazzle, and the light appear darkness, so that I shall not see the promised land. Look thou afar, and tell me true what thou discernest, O. My eyes grow dim, and floods of golden glories seem to swim, wave upon wave, through all the cloudless blue, blinding me with their sunny splendors quite, so that, amid the pure excess of light, but vaguest visions faintly glimmer through. Yet now, methinks, I seem to see one spot of burning brightness, beaming clear through all the floating glory, like a sphere quenching light with its own intensity. Yes. Yes. It is the holy city I behold, with God's Son, from its towers of burnished gold, reflected broadly through immensity. I must gaze out, although I die. Ah. Yes, I see it through my longing tears, a great clear glow of glory there appears, like a light fountain in the eastern sky, that as I gaze pours forth its living light, flooding creation, till the dazzled sight sees heaven in all things that around it lie. So shall it ever henceforth be, who, that discerneth once God's dwelling place, can blot from vision the refulgent trace. Henceforth all things shall be heaven to me, and as I journey on shall brightly rise divinest semblances of paradise, heaven mine in time and in eternity. The dark river. Across the mountains and the hills, across the valleys and the swelling seas, by lakes and rivers whose deep murmur fills earth's dreams with sweet prophetic melodies, together have we come unto this place, and here we say farewell a little space, you, backward turning through the land, to tarry mid its beauty yet a while, I, o'er the river, to another strand with cheerful heart, so part we with a smile. Shall space have any power o'er godlike souls? Love shall bridge o'er the stream that twixt us rolls. Together wend we to the tide, and as the first wave wets my foot, we part. Now methinks I see the other side, and, though the stream be swift, a steady heart and stalwart arm shall quell its cold dark waves. Faith falters not when the tempest raves. Dark stream flowing so blackly on, thy turbid billows roll o'er golden sands. Beneath the surface all thy fear is gone, and precious gems fill full the diver's hands. Yet how the heart lists breathless for the roar of billows plashing on the other shore. The other shore, O thou dim land, hid by faint mists from the spent swimmer's eyes, until upon the sloping bank he stand, mute in the light of Eden mysteries. Thou golden offerer of youth's spirit dream, shall I then reach thee through this turbid stream? Friend, quail not. This same gloomy tide rolling its fearful breakers to the shore, shall be transformed upon the other side, into the crystal life stream, shaded o'er by paradisal groves, whose mellow fruits shall heal the sorrows of the destitute. These ghostly vapors, brooding low, shall melt to sunny glories o'er my head, and through them shall the golden city glow, whither I hasten singing, angel-led, friend. There is but a cloud veil twixt us and the light, one step beyond, and heaven is in our sight. Now the stream laps my vesture hem, back thou from my sad bosom to the world, leaving me here this current cold to stem. Soon from thy sight shall I be swiftly whirled into the mystic darkness, never fear. God's hand shall guide me unto vision clear. Already thou art growing dim, and distant on the fast receding shore. The tide is strong, but still I trust in him, and know that I shall safely struggle o'er, for now the plash on yonder shore I hear, amid sweet angel voices calm and clear. Witham Woods. Mid the waving woods of Witham, now so far from me, where the grand old beeches be, and the deer herds feeding by them, mid the mossy woods of Witham, oft I roam in memory, down the grand wide arching alleys, marged by plumy ferns and flowers, whence all through the noontide hours many a fearless leveret sallies, for amid those grassy alleys never hound nor huntsman scowers. Still I see, through leafy casements, Witham Hall so quaint and old, remnant of the age of gold, gabled o'er from roof to basement in most fanciful endlessment, looking far o'er wood and wold, with the mere outspread before it, whitest swans upon its tide, that in mystic beauty glide, and the wild fowl flapping o'er it, to the reeds that broadly shore it, spear-like, on the sunny side. Through the waving woods of Witham, now so far from me, where I roam in memory, mid the leaves, or flashing by them, like sunshine to glorify them, on my sunless heart gleams she. Falling like the dreams of summer, making holy all the place, visions of that sweet pale face, sweeter than all dreams of summer, dearer than all dreams of summer, still in bower and glade I trace. Still her eyes come deeply glowing through the leafy lattices, and the rustle of the trees, 'neath the west wind softly blowing, only emulates the flowing of her love-toned melodies. Oh, those waving woods of Witham, ceased she thus to hover near radiant from her happy sphere, like sunshine to glorify them, never would I wander nigh them, madly weeping should I fly them, till their memory grew sear. But no, in endless slimmer, roams my heart through Witham woods, meeting in their solitudes evermore that angel comer, sweeter than the light of summer making golden with woods, now so far from me in the world of memory. The star in the east. O'er the wide world I wander evermore, through wind and weather heedless and alone, alike through summer, and through winter hoar, on cloud-capped mountain, by the sea-washed shore, seeking the star that riseth in the east. O'er the wide world, the world that knows not why, and stares with stupid scorn to see me go, whilst I with solemn secret face pass by, to laugh in desert spots where none are nigh, laugh loud and shrill unto the winds, ho! Ho! For that which none but I and it do know. To think how when I find this lucky star, and stand beneath it, like the wise of old, I shall mount upward on a golden car, girt round with glory unto worlds afar, while earth amazed the wonder shall behold, that bears me unto happiness untold. Hush! I'll not whisper it, lest some should hear, and hurry on before me to the spot, leaving me bound forever to this sphere, parted forever from my child, I hear, she in the realm that I could enter not. Hush! I must hurry on, for many nights have I sought for the star about the sky, and found it not amid the myriad lights, greater and lesser with their satellites, flashing confusedly upon mine eye. I must unravel every golden hair upon the brow of night for what I seek, lift every straggler from its moony lair, lest too the star should haply linger there, unnoted by mine eyes so faint and weak. For as the wise men did in old time trace the Holy Child by this same guiding star, so I know well that by the Virgin's grace, I too by it shall come unto the place where my sweet babe and its nurse angels are. Wearisome are the days, they mock me so, pouring down light that seems to bid me see, yet hides the starry pilot by its glow, whose light I thirst for, whilst light fountains flow around me like the swelling of the sea. Wearisome are they, till the sun god pales beneath the surges of the western wave, and the last fold of his golden mantle trails o'er the horizon where earth's vision fails, and space becomes a darkness and a grave. I ofttimes think to curse the day that tries to keep my babe hid in its envious breast, smit with its hair of gold, and large blue eyes, close hid within its mantle, careless of my sighs, that night and day must wake it from its rest. But patience! When the sun is in the deep, the star will beam upon me suddenly, and ere the sun god waketh from his sleep, the dear one shall be mine for whom I weep, mine alone for all eternity. They call me crazed, ha! Ha! They little know who are the crazed of earth, or they, or I, they, by their greed of gold urged to and fro, for petty pleasures bending God's soul low, I, seeking for my star about the sky. When it is found, how great will be the wonder of these blind and mad. How great will be the wonder and the hate, waking to see the glorious truth too late will he, too, see his error, and be sad. The wind sweeps weirdly o'er the heaven tonight, weirdly and black, as though from guilty deeds, from some sad shipwreck, it has taken flight, leaving the drowning in their direful plight, leaving the drowned low waving in the weeds. No stars again. Oh woe! Again night drowns me in its darkness and its gloom, and I must crouch amidst the wind and rain, without one hope gleam lightening my pain, all things are leagued to darken down my doom. Perchance it is that I am growing weak, and faint with wandering afar, afar, and my dim eyes see not the thing I seek, and yet I must not ask, I must not speak, nor tell, the secret of the Saviour star. No. Dumb, dumb, I shall set me down to scan each twinkling orb that rolleth up through space, Hesper, heaven's loveliest, leading up the van. Tomorrow, yes. Tomorrow I shall watch, and man shall see this wonder when I reach the place. Will the babe know me, ope its sweet blue eyes, and stretch its little arms to clasp me round? Ah! Yes, God will send knowledge from the skies, in pity for my prayers, and tears, and sighs. Angels will sing for joy that I have found my treasure, and he will hear the sound. Cold, cold it is, the wind is bitter chill, and the rain falls like curses on my head. No, no, not curses, for the drops say still that there's an end to sorrow, and all ill flows from us like the water down a hill. The star shall shine, and all the clouds be sped, asterisk 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 the sought for star uprose upon the dead. Under the sea, deep in the bosom of the ocean, where sunshine fades to twilight gloom, the pure pearls lie, and the coral bloom rests unswayed by the upper motion. Calm and still the hours pass by, the lovely things that sleeping lie, deep in the bosom of the ocean. The thunder rolls from cloud to cloud, and the bitter blast sweeps o'er the sea, shaking the waters mightily, but ne'er the tempest's voice so loud, sinketh down to the things that lie, the lovely things that sleeping lie, deep in the bosom of the ocean. The icebergs crack with a sullen boom, riven by the hands of the angry north, and, like the angel of wrath sent forth, the whirlwind stalks with the breath of doom, crushing, like dust 'neath its heavy tread, the last frail spar o'er the seaman's head, but naught can reach the things that lie, the lovely things that sleeping lie, deep in the bosom of the ocean. Deep in the bosom of God's acre, beyond the reach of grief or care, as sweetly rest the good and fair, where life's rude foes can ne'er o'ertake her. Calmly and sweetly the hours pass by, the blessed ones who sleeping lie, deep in the bosom of God's acre. Patience. Thou poor one, faint and weary, for thou shalt come unto this rest, and leaning on a mother's breast, forget the world to thee so dreary. Calmly and sweetly the hours pass by, the happy ones who hoping lie deep in the bosom of God's acre. Wind. Oh, weird west wind, that comest from the sea, sad with the murmur of the weary waves, wandering forever through old ocean caves, why troublest thou the hearts that list to thee, with echoes of forgotten misery? The night is black with clouds that thou art bringing from the far waters of the stormy main, welling their woes forth wearily in rain, betwixt us and the light their dark course winging, and dreary shadows o'er the spirit flinging. Whence is thy power to smite the silent heart, till as of old the unsealed waters run? Whence is thy magic, O thou unseen one, to make still sorrows from their slumbers start, and play again, unsought, their bitter part? We are all one with nature, every breeze stealeth about the chambers of the soul, haunting their rest with sounds of joy or dole, and every cloud that creepeth from the seas, traileth its shade o'er human sympathies. Blow, blow, thou weird wind, till the clouds be rent, and starlight glimmer through the riven seams, scatter their darkness like the mist of dreams, till all the fleeting, spectre gloom be spent, and the bright future gem the firmament. Blow, blow. Night's Montecle even now glows on her palace walls, and she shall pass like the dim vapor from a burnished glass, and no chill shadows o'er the soul shall go, borne by each weeping west wind to and fro. A challenge. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. My heart is true as steel, steady still in woe and weal, strong to bear, though quick to feel, take my hand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. Only my own ease seek I am deaf to pity's cry, if men hunger, let them die, traitor. Stand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. I've a kiss for maiden fair, I've a blow for who may dare, I've a song to banish care, take my hand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. I'm your servant whilst you're great, as you sink, my cares abate, when you're poor you have my hate, traitor. Stand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. If you trust me, I'll be true, if you slight me, I'll slight you, if you wrong me, you shall rue, take my hand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. I can work with any tools, clothe myself by stripping fools, bend the knee whoever rules, traitor. Stand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. I've a heart that hates all wrong, aids the weak against the strong, loves the truth, and seeks it long, take my hand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. I forgive no woman's sin, hunt her with self-righteous mien, never take her, mourning, in from the desert of her sin, traitor. Stand. What art thou, friend or foe? Stand, stand. I've a heart that melts at sorrow, I've a store the poor may borrow, I'm the same today, tomorrow, take my hand. At parting. Peace. Let me go, or ere it be too late, dip not your arrows in the honey mead, paint not the wound through which my heart doth bleed, leave me unmocked, unpitied to my fate, peace. Let me go. Think you that words can smooth my rugged track? Words heal the stab your soft white hands have made, or stir the burthen on my bosom laid. Winds shook not earth from Atlas bended back, peace. Let me go. What though it be the last time we shall meet, raise your white brow, and wreathe your raven hair, and fill with music sweet the summer air, not this again shall draw me to your feet, peace. Let me go. No laurels from my vanquished heart shall wave round your triumphant beauty as you go, not thus adorned work out some other's woe, yet, if you will, pluck daisies from my grave. Peace. Let me go. A withered rosebud. Time sets his footprints on our little earth, and, walk he ne'er so softly, some sweet thing falls 'neath each footfall, crushed amid its mirth, tracking the course of life's short wandering, with fallen remnants of its mortal part, freeing the soul, but weighing down the heart. Thou flower of love, thou little treasury of gentleness, and purity, and grace. What hidden virtue hath death reft from thee, what unseen essence melted into space? For now thou liest like a sinless child, whom God hath homeward to his bosom smiled. The dew shower fell on thee, the sunbeam played thee, as life is ever made of smiles and tears, and oft times has the breeze of summer swayed thee, and with its mellow music mocked thee thy fears. But now, O wonder, thou art pale and wan, and there's a beauty and a fragrance gone. Thus fade we, thus our hopes and joys, rose bright, yield up their sweetness ere they reach their prime, and their poor fabrics lie within our sight, stripped of their radiance in summer time. Their spirit hath gone from them, and they wither. But wherefore hath the spirit gone, and whither? Our knowledge is like dreams amid a sleep, faint pinioned thoughts that beat the vault of night, and flutter earthward, so we smile or weep at what we know not, cannot see aright. Life is death, and death is life, perchance, in the dim twilight of our waking trance. Thou art a leaf from the great book of God, whose lightest word is wiser than the wise, and, meekly resting there upon the sod, thou breathest upward holy mysteries, in simple tones that steal upon the sense, like childhood's prattling truth and innocence. Then, O sweet flower, that in thy low estatest in the emblems of the life of man, read to our beings whispers of the fate that waits us at the end of time's short span, how short we know not, in the bud may be gathered in harvest to eternity. De profundis. Turn thine eyes from me, angel of heaven, read not my soul, angel of heaven. Sorrow is steeping my pale cheeks with weeping, evermore keeping her wand on my heart, on my cold stony heart, while the tear fountains start to purge it from leaven too sinful for heaven. Read not my soul, yet, angel of heaven. Why hast thou ta'en her, angel of heaven? Ta'en her so soon, angel of heaven. Yearning to gain her, hast thou thus slain her ere sin could stain her, borne her far, far away, into eternal day, left me alone to stay, left me to weep and pray. Why hast thou ta'en her, angel of heaven? Ta'en her so soon, angel of heaven. Shines the place brighter, angel of heaven? Brighter for her, angel of heaven. Comes there not streaming into my dreaming, at morning's beaming, rays more divine, rays from her soul divine, rays giving strength to mine? Shines she not radiantly over the skies, over the morning skies, ere the earth vapors rise, twixt me and paradise, angel of heaven? Her blessed paradise, angel of heaven. Turn thine eyes to me, angel of heaven, search through and through me, angel of heaven, read my soul's yearning, wild, endlessly burning, tumultuously spurning fate's bitter decree, fate's tyrannic decree, that tore her from me, bore her from me to eternity. Merciless Reaper, no more shalt thou keep her from fond eyes that weep her for ever and ever, Vain thine endeavor our spirits to sever. Take my soul with thee, angel of heaven. Bear me unto her, angel of heaven. The Mother. There is a land whereon the sun's warm gaze, godlike, all-seeing, falls right down through space, and the weak earth, quite smitten by its rays, lies scorched and powerless with mute silent face, like a tranced body, where no changing glow tells that the life streams through its channels flow. Peopled it is by nations scant and few, set far apart among the trackless sands, unlearned, uncultured, wild and swart of hue, roaming the deserts in divided bands, where the green pastures call them, and the deer troop yet within the range of bow and spear. Unhappy Afric! Can thy boundless plains, where the royal lion snuffs the free pure air, and every breeze laughs at the tyrant's chains, be but the nest of slavery and despair, rearing a brood whose craven souls can be robbed of the very dream of liberty? But, as the shore of this vast sea of sand, stretches afar a country rich and green, with waving foliage shading all the land, and flowing waters bright with sunny sheen, and here browse countless herds of dappled deer, blissboks and antelopes, remote from fear. Amid it mighty mountains proudly rise, great monarchs of a boundless continent, rearing their hoary summits to the skies, as claiming empire of the firmament, gaunt silent majesties of sea and earth, stern-featured children of titanic birth. Within their shadows many peoples dwell, divided kingdoms gathered round some chief, with lodges clustered by some stream or well, to yield their cattle ever cool relief from the fierce scorching of the burning sun, and slake their hot thirst when the toil is done. It chanced that war, which still doth enter in where men are most or fewest, small or great, here of a sudden raised its hellish din, and woke to fury, lust, and bloody hate, so that with battles, forays, murders, thefts, rang oft the echoes of the mountain clefts. There was one tribe that in unconscious ease slumbered and thought of danger but in dreams, heard not the tramp of men upon the breeze, while the stars, watching with faint trembling beams, saw noiseless spectres round the village creep, like apparitions of unquiet sleep. Then, silence murdered what a yell arose! And the scared sleepers, rushing forth in fear, met death without the portals from dim foes, or ere the warrior could grasp his spear, or fit the arrow to his unstrung bow, or ward the fatal stroke that laid him low. So, with the plunder, and a captured band of hapless women, ere the morning light flitted the victors swiftly through the land, red with the trophies of their deadly fight, leaving the lion and his hungry crew to clear the morning of this bloody dew. To meet them joyous forth their women came, and led them back in triumph to the fold, taunting their foes with many a bitter shame, though now they lay in death's aim stark and cold, whilst the poor captives, racked with fear and woe, cowered close together from fate's hapless blow. Soon there came traders from the coast, and then the weeping captives all were marshalled out, and bartered singly with the heartless men, each bosom trembling still with fear and doubt. But when the truth burst on them, a hoarse cry of wild despair ascended to the sky. There was one there who from the tree of life plucked yet the blossoms with the fruit of years, scarce yet a woman, though a meek-souled wife, and with a babe to claim her prayers and tears, a tender bud of early summer time ere breezy woods are in their verdant prime. Amongst the rest they bartered Dee, and the child, too young to sever from its mother's breast, left they unnoticed, whilst she, poor one, while twixt hope and fear, still held it closely pressed unto her heart, whose throbbings, loud and deep, beat an alarum through the infant's sleep. But soon her master, as he hastened off with his new purchases, the infant caught, and bid the mother, with a heartless scoff, fling it away. Said he, "'Tis good for naught, none of this lumber can we have, the road is long enough to tread without a load." The mother clasped her babe with bitter cry, but a rude hand enforced it from her arms, and the rough steward held it up on high, laughing aloud the while at her alarms. Said he unto his master, "This shall be a bait to draw her on with willingly." He bound around the infant's waist a line, that fastened to his crupper, and then gave the babe back to her, laughing, "That ends thine, the other stays with me, a witty slave." The master chuckled, and they moved away, she following with anguish and dismay. They journeyed o'er the desert, 'neath a sky scorched by the fiery footsteps of the sun, without a shade to bless the wistful eye, and soon her fellow slaves drooped one by one, callous to blows that harshly drove them on, strength, hope, and love of life all seeming gone. But she went onward with no word or plaint, clasping the child unto her bosom still, unflagging when all else began to faint, intent to save her little one from ill, and they looked on her as she sped along, wondering what made so frail a creature strong. At eve she bent above her sleeping treasure, with eyes that wept for pity and for love, filling its cup of life in richer measure, with the blessed care that watches us above. And in the morn they bound the babe again, and so drew on the mother in their train. Her tender feet soon wounded were, and sore with the rough travel, and the weary way, and her slight limbs, o'ertasked and loaded, bore less lightly up their burden day by day, but, nature failing, love imparted power to bear her steps up to the resting hour. Alas! The mother gazed with aching eyes upon the life spring in her little child, as one laid by a fountain while it dries. Daily she watched it ebb, till she grew wild with anguish at the angel drawing near, and bared her own breast for his fatal spear. She lost all sense of weariness and pain, and with hot tearless eyes still hurried on, bearing the child girt by its cruel chain, all thought save of her cherished burden gone, fearful alone lest other eyes should guess the feeble thing her longing arms did press. At last they saw the babe was weaker growing, that soon the little spark of life must fade, so, spite of all her prayers, and wild tears flowing, beside a spring the sleeping child they laid, and bid her onward, heedless of her woe. But on the earth she fell, and would not go. They raised her up, and bound her on a steed, and so marched onward on their weary way, for there was none to help her in her need, and thus they travelled eastward all the day. But when they rested, and on each body head sleep heavy lay, the mother rose and fled. And speeding swiftly with a lapwing's flight, backward she hurried to the little spring, led by a power that knoweth not the night, but flies through darkness with unerring wing. And so ere morning shimmered in the east, she clasped her dead babe to her panting breast. At morn they missed her, and the women said, "She seeks her babe beside the distant well, there wilt thou find her, if she be not dead, for oh, the love of mother who can tell." And so the steward galloped back in haste, to seek the lost one in the desert waste. At last the spring rose in the distant sand, with its close verdure pleasant to the eye, and there, as, nearing it, the place he scanned, he saw the mother with her infant lie, quiet and stilly on each other's breast, folded together in unbroken rest, her arms around it thrown, that in sleep still pressed the infant to her stricken heart. No rest so perfect, no repose so deep, from her sweet babe the mother's love to part. Before him loud and bitter curses sped, who heard him, for the mother too lay dead. Sonnet. Data hora quieti. The sun is slowly sinking in the west, the plough lies idle, and the weary team, cooled with the freshness of the shallow stream, over the meadows hasten to their rest. The breeze is hushed, and no more turns the mill, with its light sails upon yon rising crest. Its busy music now a while is still, and not a sound heaves up from nature's breast. The barks upon the river smoothly ride, with sails all furled, and flags that listless fall, unrocked, unshaken by the flowing tide. The cattle lazy lie within the stall, and thus the time stream on doth sweetly glide, bearing repose and slumber unto all. Sea margins. Ever restless, ever toiling, fretting fiercely on its narrow bounds, still filling heaven and earth with mournful sounds, old ocean, sullen from its rocks recoiling, rearing wild waves foam-crested to the sky, lashes again the beaches angrily, slowly victor-like advancing, marching roughly o'er the conquered land, clean sweeping olden limits from the strand, in proud derision o'er the spoiled earth glancing, where 'neath its ruthless tide on hill or plain, no flower or shady leaf shall bud again. Slowly thus the ocean creeping coldly o'er the world of old, stole many an Eden from the age of gold, and gazing now we see blank billows sweeping, long cheerless wavings of the sullen seas, where once the sun shone bright on flowery leas. Over earth, and over being, over many glories of the past, remorseless floods are flowing fierce and fast, snatching sun-lighted temps from our seeing, rolling their dreary surges o'er the shore, where love had hoped to dwell for evermore. Sadly on time's heaving ocean, waving darkly o'er youth's paradise, back gaze we ever with dim tearful eyes, seeking old joys beyond its rude commotion, seeking the old world glories passed dear away, seeking the golden shores of life's Cathay. Song. Love took me softly by the hand, love led me all the country o'er, and showed me beauty in the land, that I had never dreamt before, never before, oh! Love. Sweet love. There was a glory in the morn, there was a calmness in the night, a mildness by the south wind born, that I had never felt aright, never aright, oh! Love. Sweet love. But now it cannot pass away, I see it wheresoe'er I go, and in my heart by night and day, its gladness waveth to and fro, by night and day, oh! Love. Sweet love. The bell. Through the calm and silent air floats the tolling funeral bell, swooning over hill and dell, heavy laden with despair, mute between each muffled stroke, sad as though a dead voice spoke, out of the dim past time spoke, stands my heart all mute with care. The bell is tolling on, and deep, deep and drear into my heart all its bitter accents dart. Peace. Sad chime, I will not weep, what is there within thy tone, that should wring my heart alone, rive it with this endless moan? Peace. And let past sorrows sleep. Fling your music on the breeze, mock the sighing of the willows, mock the lapping of the billows, mock not human sympathies, slow chime, sad chime, mock me not, with that loved voice ne'er forgot, flooding me with tears blood hot, mock not soul deep memories. Come not from the unseen past, flying up the silent gale, with that deep and muffled wail, slaying me with lying tale, bass chime, false chime from the past. Not in sighs of mortal pain, pain and anguish rise again, voices from the far death plain, not thus speaks she from the past. Peace. Yet, for though she speaks not from her paradise in thee, whispers nevermore to me in my lonely misery, oh, that loved voice ne'er forgot, thou dost wake my brooding soul, smit it till the bitter dole breaks aloud beyond control, while the briny teardrops roll, drowning, cries which she hears not. Cruel bell! Harsh bell! Ring on, I shall turn my heart to stone, flinging back thy mocking tone, callous of thy deepest moan lying bell. Thy power is gone. Spake she from her golden cloud, spake she to my heart aloud, every murmur of her voice, would bid my lone heart rejoice, every murmur of her voice, ah, would make my heart rejoice, lying bell. Thy power is gone. Llewellyn. I. In the porch. Morgan and a monk. Morgan. The tale is pitiful. 'Twas on this wise, Llewellyn went at morn among the hills, to hunt, as is his use. My lady, too, with all her maidens, early sallied forth, a pilgrimage among the neighbouring vales, culling of simples, nor yet comes she home, and so the child lay sleeping in his crib, with Gelert, you remember the old hound. He pulled the stag of 10 down by the holy well, with Gelert set to watch him like a nurse. Monk. The dog alone. Nay, friend, but that is strange. Morgan. Strange. Not a whit, for 50 times before the hound hath kept him like his own bred whelp, and ne'er a one could touch him, but the child played with his shaggy ears and great rough coat, as no grown man had dared. Monk. I know there is a strange nobility in dogs, to bear the utmost sport of children, that would seize man by the throat for a finger touch, but to your tale, Morgan. Well. Suddenly at noon, Llewellyn, baffled of his game, hied back, striding right grimly in his discontent, and whistling, oft his spear upon the ground, slaying the visions of his fretful dreams, and presently he thought him of his child, so with its winsome ways to while the time, he went unto the chamber where it lay, watched o'er by Gelert, as his custom was, but there, alack! Or that the child had crossed the savage humour of the beast, or that some sudden madness had emboldened it, he saw the child lie bloody mid the sheets, slain by the hound, as it would seem, for there lay Gellert lapping from his chaps the blood, that hung in gouts from every grisly curl. Monk. O heaven! The woeful deed! What did your lord? Morgan. You know the hasty humour of the man, that brooks no let betwixt him and his mood. He slew the old hound with his heavy spear, that almost licking of his feet fell dead, for Gellert loved him well, and, crouching, took without a cry the blow that struck his heart. Monk. This is a sorry day for all the house. They say Llewellyn had his soul set on the child. Morgan. His soul. Marry. Many a time and oft I've seen the man's great heart stare from his eyes, just like a girl's, out at the crowing boy, and yesterday it was he perched him fair upon his broad rough shoulder, like a lamb laid on the topmost reaches of a hill, and so he bore him, all his face aglow, when heralds came with war notes from the king, at which he turned him soft, the startled babe still set astride, and looking fondly up, said he, See! Here's the only lord that sets his foot upon my shoulder. The man's heart scarce beats, I warrant, now the child is dead. Monk. And doth he master aught his sorrow now, or still rides passion curbless through his soul? Morgan. Ah! There, good father, lies the chiefest woe, for in the slaying of the hound his rage quite spent its force, and now I fear me much his mind bath lost its olden empery. Monk. Nay. Death smites passion still upon the mouth, and its grim shade is silence, 'tis no sign. Morgan. But in this one act all his fury passed and turning softly from the dead child there, suffering none to touch it where it lay, he sat him down in awful calmness nigh, and gazed forth blankly like a sculptured face, and when we fain would pass to take the child, a strange wild voice still warns us back again, Hush! For the boy is sleeping. It would seem he will not think that death hath struck the babe, but blinds his willing soul, and deems it sleep. Monk. A longer sleep, whose waking is not here. Poor soul! That, catching at the skirts of truth, muffleth his eyes that he may see her not. Morgan. Good father. Go thou to him, for this doubt that lays its stony spell upon his heart, is sadder far than tears. Monk. It is mine office still to bear balm unto the bleeding heart, then lead on, friend, and let us trust in heaven. They pass in. 2. In the chamber. Llewellyn and Monk. Monk. Benedicite. My son, Llewellyn. Hush! Speak low, the child is sleeping. Monk. We should speak low where death is, though no sound can ever wake those whom he cradles in his bony arms. Llewellyn. Who speaks of death in presence of a child? Monk. Alas! My son, the bud though ne'er so close it fold the fragrant treasure of its youth, is by the nip of winter shorn betimes. Llewellyn. Though death should grimly stalk into the house, and stand beside the slumber of a child, think you that gazing on its mimic self, sleep, beautiful and wondrous, in the crib, his owlish thoughts would not wing suddenly, through cycles of decay, back to the time when he was one with sleep, and passing fair, think you he would not sigh, sleep on. Sleep on. Thou copy and thou counterfeit of me, and teach the world that I was beautiful. The child is sleeping. Monk. O my son! My son! These are delusions that but wrong the soul, and keep the aching thoughts from peace and heaven. Llewellyn. Why, father, if death woke him as he lay, the lad would look up at him with a smile, and twist his little limbs in childish sport, until the angel, surfeited with fear, would love and spare the thing that feared him not. No man could see his pretty ways and frown, and he was full of little childish tricks, that won the very heart out of a man in spite of him. There's Beowulf the cursed, with ne'er a gentle word for man or child, but cold and crusty as a northern hill. Why this day sen night did my master there crawl up his knees without a yell or neigh, and toyed him with his sword hilt merrily, till the rough man, caught with his gamesome arts, swore that he had the making of a man, and, for the maids, there's none but hers a word, or kiss to bandy with the gainsome lad, eh? When he wakes you'll see how he will crow, and fill the place with laughter. He's no girl, puking and mewling evermore, not he. Monk. Good lack. My son, your heart is too much set upon the child, to bow before heaven's will, that turns your soul back to itself with stripes. Oh! Know you not, sir, that the child is dead? Llewellyn. You all have conned the same wise tale by rote, the child is sleeping, hush! And wake him not. Monk. Nay. Doth your mind not stumble on the truth, here by this old hound lying at your feet, with all his clotted blood in crimson pools curdling among the rushes on the floor? Llewellyn. The hound, poor Gelert. Well a day. It was ill done of me, a wicked stroke, and the boy, too, asleep. And now I mind me how he loved the dog, how many an hour he sported in the sun, twining his grisly neck with summer buds, and how the dog was patient with the boy, yielding him gently to his little arms. There was a lion's heart in the old hound. The deed's accursed, the child will wake, and call for Gelert with his merry voice, and when the dog no more comes stalking nigh, with great mild head to meet the outstretched hands, the child will sob his heart out for his friend, for, sir, his nature is right full of love, and generous affections, never slack to let his soul have space and mastery. A wicked stroke. Monk. Ah! Would his voice could sound ever again among your silent halls, but the sweet treble never more shall ring across the chambers to your wistful ear. Then hear it now come floating down from heaven, calling your lone and bleeding heart to God. Llewellyn. His voice was very sweet, a silvery stream of music, rippling softly through my life, and ne'er to hear his little prattling tongue, stumbling upon the threshold steps of speech, catching quaint sounds and fragments of discourse, and setting them to childish uses straight, I've sat and heard him by the hour. You'd wonder to hear his little saws and sentences, and now to think I'll hear him never more. Alack! Alack! But no, it is not true, the child is sleeping, eh? It must be so. What know you, father, of an infant's sleep? You, in your stony cell mid shaven friars, all crowding down the nether side of life, hearing no sweeter voice than matin bells, no speech, but grace in cold refectories, eh? Thence it is, O fool, that I should doubt. 'Tis so, 'tis so, I knew that I should pluck the cowl from your delusion, is 't not so? Monk. O son, your woeful faith moves all my heart. 'Tis pitiful. But see you not the blood that hotly streaks your sleeping lily there? See how it laces all his garments o'er, and signs the grievous sentence of your joy. Llewellyn. Blood, blood, nay, how is this? Very like the sun shines redly on him. I have seen the sky look ruddy, as with all the blood of battlefields, where no man cried for grace. Blood. Look, sir, look again. Something clouds mine eyes today, I see more thick than wont. Monk. Nay. Lean on me, come. Look upon your child, and heaven in ruth will smite your drouthy heart, and send the balm of tears about your soul. 3. In the heart of the child. There is a little dove that sits between the arches all alone, cut and carved in old grey stone, and a spider o'er it flits, round and round his web is spun, with the still bird looking through, from among the beads of dew, set in glories of the sun. So the bird looks out at morn at the larks that mount the sky, and it gazes, still and shy, at the new moon's scanty horn. And the owls, that fly by night, mock it from the ivied tower, hooting at the midnight hour down upon it from the height. But the little dove sits on, calm between the arches there, in the holy morning air, when the owls with night are gone. Then the bells for matins ring, and the grey friars past it go, into church in double row, and it hears the chaunts they sing. And the incense stealing out through the chinks, and through the seams, floats among the dusty beams, and wreathes all the bird about. All the children as they pass turn to see the bird of stone, twixt the arches all alone, wading to it through the grass. Is the spider's pretty net, hung across the arches there, but a frail and foolish snare for the little stone bird set? If the place should e'er decay, and the tower be crumbled down, and the arches overthrown, would the dove then fly away? So that, seeking it around, all some golden summer day, mid the ruins as they lay, it should never more be found. 4. In the chamber. Llewellyn and Monk. Llewellyn. My little one. My joy. My hope. Dead, dead, I did not think to see this sorry sight. Monk. Holy Street. David. Is this death, or sleep? Llewellyn. Nay. Father, that is past, I am a man once more, and look at sorrow in the eyes. Let truth e'en smite me with her two-edged blade, but smite me, like a warrior, face to face. Monk. I stand all in amaze. Or do I dream, or see I now the motion of a breath, ruffling the pouting lips that stand ajar? Llewellyn. Oh, Father, mock me not, I know that death sits lightly on him as a dreamless sleep, so dear a bud can never lose its sweets, oh, foolish heart. I thought to see him grow in strength and beauty, like a sapling oak, spreading his stalwart shoots about the sky, till, when old age set burdens on my back, in every bough my trembling hands should find a staff to prop me onward to the grave, and now, my heart is shaken somewhat sorely. Monk. Sir, this is wondrous, let me take the child, for sure mine eyes do cheat me, or he lives. Llewellyn. Father, this is not well to mock me so, my heart is sated with the draught of hope, and, loathing, turns from the delusive cup, nay. Touch him not, 'tis well that he should lie, calm and unquestioned on the breast of heaven, yet once again my lips must flutter his, he may not be so distant, but that love may send its greeting flying on his track, the lips are warm, my God. He lives. He lives. Takes the child, who awakes in his arms. Monk. Faith. This is stranger than a gossip's tale. My son. The wonderment o'ermasters you, nay. Look not thus, let nature have her way, give words to joy, and be your thanks first paid to heaven, that sends you thus your child again. Llewellyn. The joy was almost more than man might bear. And still my thoughts are lost in wild amaze, the child unhurt, this blood, the hound, in troth, the riddle passes my poor wits. Monk. Let's search the chamber well, heaven shield us. What is this? Llewellyn. A wolf. And dead, ah. Now I see it clear. The hound kept worthy watch, and in my haste I slew the saviour of my house and joy. Poor Gelert! Thou shalt have such recompense as man may pay unto the dead, thy name henceforth shall stand for faithfulness, and men for evermore shall speak thine epitaph. A shell. From what rock-hollowed cavern deep in ocean, where jagged columns break the billows beat, whirled upward by some wild mid-world commotion, has this rose-tinted shell steered to my feet? Perchance the wave that bore it has rejoiced above man's foundered hopes, and shattered pride, whilst fierce Euroclydons swept, trumpet-voiced, through the frail spars, and hurled them in the tide, and the lost seaman floated at its side. Ah! Thus too oft do woe and beauty meet, swept onward by the self-same tide of fate, the bitter following swift upon the sweet, close, close together, yet how separate. Frail waif from the sublime storm-shaken sea, thou seemest the childhood toy of some old king, who mid the shock of nations lights on thee, and instant backward do his thoughts take wing to the unclouded days of infancy, then, sighing, thus away the foolish joy doth fling. Forth from thine inner chambers come there out low murmurs of sweet mystic melodies, old Neptune's couch winding lone caves about, in tones that faintly through the waves arise, and steal to mortal ears in softest sighs. The poet dreams of olden ages flowing through the time ocean to the listening soul, ages when from each fountain clear and glowing, unto the spirit naiad voices stole. And still, from earth and sea, there ever pealeth a voice far softer than leal lovers' lay, bearing the heart, o'er which its true sense stealeth, far to diviner dreams of joy away, and to the wisdom of a riper day. The Raven. There sat a raven mid the pines so dark, the pines so silent and so dark at morn, a ragged bird with feathers rough and torn, whetting his grimy beak upon the bark, and croaking hoarsely to the woods forlorn. Blood-red the sky and misty in the east, low vapours creeping bleakly o'er the hills. The rain will soon come plashing on the rills, no sound in all the place of bird or beast, save that hoarse croak that all the woodland fills. A slimy pool all rank with rotting weeds, close by the pines there at the highway side, no ripple on its green and stagnant tide, where only cold and still the horse leech breeds. Ah! Might not here some bloody murder hide? Pshaw! Cold the air slow stealing through the trees, scarce rustling the moist leaves beneath its tread, a fearful breast thus holds its breath for dread. There is no healthful music in this breeze, it sounds, ha! ha! like sighs above the dead. What frights yon raven mid the pines so dark, the pines so silent and so dark around, with ne'er accomplished circlings to the ground, ruffling his wings so ragged and so stark? Some half-dead victim haplieth he found. Ho! Raven, now with thee I'll share the spoil. This way, methinks, the dying gameth trod, broken twigs, and blood upon the sod, these thorns are sharp. Well, soon will end the toil, this bough aside, and then the prize. My God! Sonnets on the death of the Duke of Wellington. The land stood still to listen all that day, and mid the hush of many a wrangling tongue, forth from the cannon's mouth the signal rung, that from the earth a man had passed away, a mighty man, that over many a field rolled back the tide of battle on the foe. Thus far, no further, shall thy billows go. Who freedom's falchion did right nobly wield, like potter's vessel smiting tyrants down, and from earth's strongest snatching victory's crown, upon the anvil of each battle plain, still beating swords to plowshares. All is past, the glory, and the labor, and the pain, the conqueror is conquered here at last. Two yet other men have wrought, and fought, and won, cutting with crimson sword fame's Gordian knot, and, dying, nations wondered and forgot. But this man's name shall circle with the sun, and when our children's children feel the glow, that ripens them unconsciously to men, asking, with upturned face, what did he then? One answer from each quickened heart shall flow, this man submerged the door in the deed, toiled on for duty, nor of fame took heed, hewed out his name upon the great world's sides. In sure aimed strokes of nobleness and worth, and never more time's devastating tides shall wear the steadfast record from the earth. 3. This duty, known and done, which all men praise, is it a thing for heroes utterly? Or claims it aught, O man? From thee and me, amid the sweat and grime of working days. Stand forth, thou conqueror, before God's throne, thou ruler, thou earth leader, great and strong, behold thy work, thy doing, labor thee long, before that mighty presence little grown. Stand forth, thou man, low toiling mid the lees, that measurest duty out in poor degrees, are not all deeds, beside the deeds of heaven, but as the sands upon the ocean shore, which, softly breathed on by God's winds, are driven into dim deserts, thenceforth seen no more. For then make thou life heroic, O thou man, though not in earth's eyes, still in heaven's, which see each task accomplished thee not in poor degree, but as fain workings out of duty's plan, the hewers and the drawers of the land, no whit behind the mighty and the great, bearing unmoved the burden of the state, alike each duty challenged at man's hand. Life is built up of smallest atomics, pile upon pile the ramparts still increase, and as those Roman walls, o'er which in scorn the scoffer leapt, soon held the world at bay, so shall thy deeds of duty, lowly born, be thy strong tower and glory ere the set of day. The passage birds. Far, far away, over land and sea, when winter comes with his cold, cold breath, and chills the flowers to the sleep of death, far, far away over land and sea, like a band of spirits the passage birds flee. Round the old grey spire in the evening calm, no more they circle in sportive glee, hearing the hum of the vesper psalm, and the swell of the organ so far below, but far, far away, over land and sea, in the still mid-air the swift passage birds go. Over the earth that is scarcely seen through the curtain of vapor that waves between, o'er city and hamlet, o'er hill and plain, o'er forest green, and o'er mountain hoar, they flit like shadows, and pass the shore, and wing their way o'er the pathless main. There is no rest for the weary wing, no quivering bough where the feet can cling, to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west, the ocean lies with its heaving breast, within it, without it there is no rest. The tempest gathers beneath them far, the wind god rides on his battle car, and the roar of the thunder, the lightning flash, break on the waves with a sullen crash, but silence reigns where the passage birds fly, and o'er them stretches the clear blue sky. The day wears out, and the starry night hushes the world to sleep, to sleep. The dew shower falls in the still moonlight, and none wake now, save those who weep, but rustling on through the starry night, like a band of spirits the passage birds flee, cleaving the darkness above the sea, swift and straight as an arrow's flight. Is the wind their guide through the trackless sky? For here there's no landmark to travel by. The first faint streak of the morning glows, like the feeble blush on the budding rose, and in long grey lines the clouds divide, and march away with retreating night, whilst the bright gleams of victorious light follow them goldenly far and wide, and when the mists have all passed thee away, and left the heavens serene and clear, as an eye that has never shed a tear, and the universe basks in the smile of day, dreamy and still, and the sleepy breeze lazily moves o'er the glassy seas, the passage birds flit o'er the disk of noon, like shadows across a mirror's face, for now their journey wanes apace, and the realms of summer they'll enter soon. The land looms far through the waters blue, the land of promise, the land of rest. Through cloud and storm they have travelled true, and joy thrills now in each throbbing breast. Down they sink, with a wheeling flight, whilst the song of birds comes floating high, and they pass the lark in the sunny sky. But down, without pausing, down they fly, their travel is over, their summer shines bright. Memon. Hot blows the wild simoom across the waste, the desert waste, amid the dreary sand, with fiery breath swift burning up the land, o'er the scared pilgrim, speeding on in haste, hurling fierce death drifts with broad scorching hand. O weary wilderness! No shady tree to spread its arms around the fainting soul, no spring to sparkle in the parched bowl, no refuge in the drear immensity, where lies the past, wrecked neath a sandy sea, where o'er its glories blighting billows roll. Ho! Sea, yield up thy buried dead again, heave back thy waves, and let the past arise, restore time's relics to the startled skies, till giant shadows tremble on the plain, and o'er the heart with old world mysteries. Old Memon. Once again thy poet voice may sing sweet paeans to the golden morn, again may hail the Saviour light sunborn, and bid the wild and desert waste rejoice, again with sighs the looming darkness mourn. Thou watchman, waiting weary for the dawn, breathing low longings for its golden light, through the dim silence of the drowsy night, what wistful sighs with thine are softly drawn, till day beams on the darkened spirit smite. The dawning light of knowledge smites thee now, and forth from the dim past come voices clear, falling in solemn music on the ear, which, as the halos brighten on thy brow, shall still in richer harmonies draw near. The past comes back in music soft and sweet, and lo! The present like a strung harp stands waiting the sweeping of prophetic hands, to send its living music, loud and fleet, careering calmly through unnumbered lands. Then swift uprease, thou sun, thou music maker, smiting the chords of life with gladsome rays, till from each Memon burst the song of praise, from lips which thou hast freed, O silence breaker, that over earth the sound may swell always. Asterisk 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 note. It will of course be remembered that the celebrated statue of Memon was believed to utter lugubrious and mournful sounds at sunset, and during the hours of darkness, which changed to sounds of joy as the first rays of morning fell upon it. A conceit. The grey-beard winter sat alone and still, locking his treasures in the flinty earth, and like a miser comfortless and chill, frowned he upon pleasure and rejected mirth. But spring came, gentle spring, the young, the fair, and with her smiles subdued his frosty heart, so that for very joy to see her there, his soul, relenting, played the lover's part, and naught could bring too lovely or too sweet, to lavish on the bright evangel's head, no flowers too radiant for her tender feet, no joys too blissful o'er her life to shed. And thus the land became a paradise, a new-made Eden, redolent of joy, where beauty blossomed under sunny skies, and peaceful pleasure reigned without alloy. The Land's End. I stood on the land's end, alone and still. Man might have been unmade, for no frail trace of mortal labor startled the wild place, and only sea mews with their wailing shrill, circled beneath me over the dark sea, flashing the waves with pinions snowy white, that glimmered faintly in the gloomy light betwixt the foaming furrows constantly. It was a mighty cape, that proudly rose above the world of waters, high and steep, with many a scar and fissure fathoms deep, upon whose ledges lodged the endless snows, a noble brow to a firm-founded world, that at the limits of its empire stood, fronting the ocean in its roughest mood, and all its fury calmly backward hurled. The midnight sun rose like an angry god, girt round with clouds, through which a lurid glow feverously trembled to the waves below, and smote the waters with a fiery rod. Above, the glory circled up the sky, fainter and fainter to the sullen grey, till the black underdrift of clouds away went with the gathering wind, and let it die. A moaning sound swept o'er the heaving ocean, tossed hoarsely on from angry crest to crest, like groans from a great soul in its unrest, stirring the ranks of men to fierce commotion. My longing vision measured the wide waste. This cannot be the end of things, that man should see his path lead on so short a span, and then the unstable ocean mock his haste. Better have stayed where I could still look on, and see a sturdy world to bear my feet, than thus outstrip the multitude to cheat earth of its knowledge, and here find it gone. A shadow rose betwixt me and the sky, out of the ocean, as it seemed, that set a perfect shape before mine eyes, and yet hid not the sky that did behind it lie, but, through its misty substance, all things grew faint, pale, and ghostly, and the risen sun gleamed like a fiery globe half quenched and done. Through the sear shadow which the spectre threw, it answered me, Man, this is not the end. Progression ceaseth not until the goal of all perfection stop the running soul, whither through life its aspirations tend. Spring from thy height, then, for till thou art free from earth, thy course is narrow and restrained. I said, No. Spirit, naught were thus attained. Better pause here than perish in the sea. Man can but do his utmost, there's a length he cannot overleap. The spectre smiled, then trust to me, for though the sea be wild, it cannot shake the sinews of my strength. Within my breast the fearful fall asleep, and wake out of their terrors, calm and still, having outstripped the speed of time and ill, and passed unconsciously the stormy deep. Quicker and quicker drew I in my breath. If there be land beyond, receive me now, I'll trust in thee. But, Spirit, who art thou? The winds bore on a murmur, I am death. The olden time. Oh, well I mind the olden time, the sweet, sweet olden time, when I did long for eve all day, and watched upon the new mown grass the shadows slowly eastward pass, and o'er the meadows glide away, till I could steal, with heart elate, unto the little cottage gate, in the sweet, sweet olden time. Oh, well I mind the olden time, the sweet, sweet olden time, how all the night I longed for morn, and blessed the thrush whose early note the silver chords of silence smote with greetings to the day new-born, for then again, with heart elate, I hoped to meet her at the gate, in the sweet, sweet olden time. But now hath passed the olden time, that sweet, sweet olden time, and there is neither morn nor night that bears a freight of hopes and fears, to bless my soul in coming years with any harvest of delight, for nevermore, with heart elate, can I behold her at the gate, as in the sweet, sweet olden time. For the sake of that dear olden time, that sweet, sweet olden time, I look forth ever sadly still, and hope the time may come again, when life hath borne its meed of pain, and stoutly struggled up the hill, when I once more, with heart elate, may meet her at another gate, beyond the blighting breath of fate, that chilled the sweet, sweet olden time. Father and Son. The king called forth his firstborn, and took him by the hand. Come, boy, and see the people you must soon command, a bold and stalwart nation, dauntless in the fight, strong as an iron buckler to guard their monarch's right. Then the trumpets sounded, and his vassals came, gathered round his banner, loudly rang his name, clashed their burnished targets, waved their flashing steel a goodly gathering look they, armed from head to heel. Child, my heart beats proudly, now I feel a king, as I look around me on this martial ring. There I see the sinews that support a state, there I see the strength that makes a monarch great. Men whose life is glory, men whose death is fame, living still in story past the reach of shame. Many years passed over, the old king was dead, and his child, his firstborn, reigned in his stead. Many years he reigned, and upon his brow now the frost of age lay like the winter's snow. So he took his son forth, as his father had, come. And see thy people, said he to the lad. And they rode together through the busy town, many a peaceful merchant passing up and down. Loud the workman's hammer sounded through the air, portly looked the craftsman, standing mid their ware, and the sounds of labor, blent with cheerful song, told of peace and plenty as they rode along. Smith and craftsman pausing, youth and smiling lass, trader, man and master, stood to see them pass, with a bonnet lifted, and God bless him, said by many a gentle bosom, many a reverend head. So the father turned him to his son and cried, are not these bold subjects worth a monarch's pride? In their own free circles, by their quiet hearth, rearing him a bulwark steady as the earth, on their mighty anvils, with a giant's skill, bending stubborn iron to his lightest will, prosperous and happy, free in heart and soul, these send forth my glory to the furthest pole. Where is there in story any fame above that king's whose deeds are written in his people's love? Orion, a hunter of shadows, himself a shade. Homer, oh, weary sleeper by the lone seashore, where billows toil forever mid the rocks, scourged on by winds in stormy equinox, rise. Rise in haste, or slumber evermore. The stern earth calls thee, and the ocean mocks. Roll thy poor sightless orbs about the sky, through tears of blind and powerless agony, rise. Rise in haste, or slumber evermore. A blind I stand beside the lone seashore, hearing the mighty murmur of the waves, shaking with giant arms earth's architraves, scaling the riven cloud crags bald and bare, surging hoarse secrets through the central caves. God, shall thine ocean undiscerned roll, night on mine eyes, and darkness on my soul, groping for knowledge blindly evermore. Wild laugh the winds, ho, ho, about my face, heaven. Mock me not, with night-struck eyes upraised, still fronting full the dome where once I gazed, yearns my unsighted soul through dimmest space. Before it let these earth mists sink abased, let me behold thee all before I die, passing, swift-winged, into eternity, let me no more these shapeless shadows chase. Is there not Phoebus in the golden east, pouring forth floods of brilliancy divine, that fire the spirit more than Jove's own wine? Arise, and drain the droppings of the feast, heaven. There's no east for these blind eyes of mine, staring the sun down into black eclipse. What hand will raise the chalice to my lips? Give me a child to guide me, in the least. Then on, thou giant, child-led, through the land, tottering feebly with uncertain stride, with heavy moans along the mountain side, groping the darkness wildly, staff in hand, staying, deep-voiced, the quick steps of thy guide, on. With wild sightless sockets to the sun, thirsting for the light streams that around it run, far on yon summit, turning eastward, stand. God, let me rather die than thus, child-led, totter about the world an infant's slave, die, and darkly slumber in the grave, peace. Proud one, bow thine unsubmitting head, peace. Soon the light streams shall thine eyelids lave, and wash this barren blindness from thy soul, till these dark mystic vapors backward roll, and leave all nature in thy sight outspread. We are upon the summit now. Ho! Boy, place me where I shall see the sun arise, when its great glory lightens up mine eyes, oh! That I thus should be an infant's toy. See, now the morning streaks the eastern skies. Boy, I feel the light spring bubbling up, my lips are parched and thirsting for the cup that now brims up my everlasting joy. There is a low thin cloud along the sky, that melts away apace to brightest gold. Boy, so shall my clouds melt fold on fold, till glory flood my vision utterly. The sun. The sun. I see it upward roll day for the world, but life, fire life for me, smiting asunder death's night mystery with lightning blade of strength and ecstasy. Now, on to work and action, seeing clear, blindness swift throwing to time's charnel place, eyeing, unscathed, the sun god face to face. Ho! Light! More light! Dissolving sphere on sphere. Would that my very life could lighten space, shining out like some constellation bright, backbeating all the myrmidons of night, with starry splendors flashing sword and spear. The golden water. It is scarcely necessary to say that the following fragment is founded upon the beautiful and well-known tale in the Arabian Nights entitled, The Two Sisters Who Were Jealous of Their Younger Sister, and the reader need only be reminded that the two brothers of Perizad, Bahman and Perviz, had previously gone in search of the treasures described by the devotee, and had perished in the attempt, the fate of the latter having just been intimated to her at the commencement of this episode. by the fixture of the pearls in the magic chaplet, which Perviz had left her for that purpose. The days flowed on, and each day Perizade at morn and eve told o'er the snowy pearls, that morn and eve ran swiftly through her hands. The days flowed on, one morn the pearls ran not, and well she knew that Perviz too was lost. Tears doubled every bead, but, evermore, through pain and sorrow, yearned her thirsting soul for that far golden water in the east, whence one bright drop would fill her fountain full, with glistening jets still rising in the midst. She rose up straight, and donning man's attire, for that the road was hard and difficult, took horse, and towards the sunrise swiftly rode, saying, "Thus much life lacks of perfectness, in God's name on to gain it then, or die." She sped right onward 19 days in haste, morning and noontide turning not aside. Then, as the next day dawned, afar she saw the aged dervise 'neath his lonely tree. No other shape of man or beast in view, dull grey the sky, and moaning low the wind. "Oh, holy man, now tell me, for God's grace, where in the land the golden water flows." He, lifting slow his head with locks snow white, and rheumy eyes, spake out with feeble voice, "Good youth, the place I know, yet ask me not, bid not these aged lips the secret tell, that hath wooed on so many to their death. Thirst for earth's honours, for her wealth, her joys, thirst for the sweetest things beneath the sky, but oh, thirst not for that far golden spring, by many sought, by none e'er found till now." She, softly, with her open hand upraised, "Nay, Father, from afar I hither come, and all my heart is set upon the thing, so that there is no joy 'neath sun and moon, no rarest charm can move me. Lacking it, tell me then all the dangers of the quest, that I may measure well my strength, and know if mortal man may meet it and o'ercome." With sad dissenting mien, and solemn voice, that trembled 'neath its burden, thus spake he, "Full many of the good and bold have come from every land the pilgrim sun looks on, all thirsting for this water golden bright. These darkening eyes have seen them all pass on, but ne'er a one return, and I am old. Hear then, poor youth, and turn while yet you may. A midday's journey hence a mountain stands, rugged and bare as outcast poverty, with many a gap and chasm yawning wide, with many a rock to drive the climber back, and, far above, the summit hides in clouds. There springs the golden water through the rock brighter than sunlight in a summer noon. But as the weary seeker toils aloft, rude voices rush upon him, loud and shrill, now far, now near, but all with anger fraught, rough menace, insult, and hoarse mockery, whereat the wondering climber, turning back, in fury, or in fear, to meet the foe shouting loud threats in his very ear, stands face to face with death, and sinks transformed into cold stone, 'mongst myriads more that lie, and all day fright him with their dreary stare. He that setteth forth upon this quest, and looketh ever back for friend or foe, for cruel laughter, or for mocking jeers, turns straight to stone like all beside his path. But once upon the summit, at his feet flows the pure golden water, bright and clear. This frights me not, O Father, For meseems he is unworthy who should turn aside for any mocking voice of man or maid. Then tell me quick the way, that I may on mine eyes look only forward, and mine ears hear only the far flowing of the spring. Two brothers there lie locked in stony sleep, I go to wake them on the mountain's side. The dervise laid his forehead in the dust. Allah go with thee, since it must be so. Take thou this ebon bowl, and cast it down. The ball will roll before thee swift and sure, until it stop beneath the mountain's side. There stop thou, and, dismounting, leave thy steed, and climb the fearful hill, but oh! Beware thy glance turn never backward on the way. Above, the golden fountain bubbles clear, whose water, sprinkled o'er these dead black stones, will wake the sleepers from their chilly sleep. With lips compressed she took the ebon bowl, and cast it on before the startled steed. Swiftly it rolled and swiftly followed she, the road all desolate, no shade of tree, no living thing about the dreary waste, no sound but of her courser's clanging hoofs, his shaking tassels, and his measured breath. Afar, the mountain black against the sky. Still onward rolled the ball, until the sun stood midway in the heavens, a fiery red, looking through clouds with half his glory quenched and then it stopped close at the mountain's base. Perizade straightway leapt from off her steed, and threw the bridle on his arching neck with calm caress, and left him neighing low. One glance along the mountain, black and bare, with low mists creeping o'er its rocky sides, mysterious exhalations veiling all the peak, dead silence. Oh, but for a passing wind to mimic life beside her living soul. Then upward with quick footsteps firm and bold. Before her myriad dull black stones lay strewn, fearful to see, and know that souls of men lay prisoned in their cold and heavy frames. Sudden behind her sprang a mighty cry, Ho! Traitress! Turn, or die, and ever more voices leapt out to wound her, like sharp swords, with words of contumely, and mocking taunts, scoffs at her woman's heart mid manhood's guise, threats, rude defiances on every side. At first she clomb, nigh stunned with wrathful cries, now at her side, whilst she would shrink in fear to feel the sword's point pierce her fluttering heart, now from afar, below her and above, till she scarce breathed, awaiting o'erturned rocks to crush her in their fury as she went. Yet, minding well the dervise, still she held her pale face forward, with eyes ever bent towards the misty summit far away. More slowly soon her heart beat, and she laughed like echo, at the scornful taunts and jeers. Scoff on, she cried, how small a thing it is that scorn pursue us like a backward shade, whilst there is still the broad sun on before. Weary and steep the path through cloud and mist, piercing the darkness on an unknown way, but still she onward trod, and neared the top, whence voices louder, fiercer ever came, back, fool! Intruder! Sacrilegious wretch! Slay the mad climber! Crush her to the dust! Once stood she half irresolute, her hands pressed hotly on her too oppressed heart, but still she thirsted for the golden spring, and with her soul made strength to reach the top, sighing, thus much life lacks of perfectness, in God's name on to gain it then, or die. Upon the summit tottered she at last, far, far below the vapors tossing lay, a great broad sea of heaving cloud and mist, and upward the clear sky, as soft and blue as a child's heaven, the sun unveiled and bright. No wrathful voices hovered round her now, but low sweet music of Aeolian tone, with all the sadness melted into joy. Unto the spring she hurried, breathing short, and there the golden water bubbled up, like summer morning rising in the east, a crystal chalice sparkled on the marge. She filled it from the precious tide in haste, and raised the clear elixir to her lips, and then, as at a draught from Lethe's tide, her weariness passed from her suddenly, and in her heart great peace and joy arose. Then from the chalice poured she on the stones, that lay all cold and black upon the path, and at that mystic baptism, anew sprang up the chilly sleepers in amaze, their stony hearts back melted into life. Soon followed her a train of noble youths, gathered from east, and west, and north, and south, the rarest and the goodliest of earth. Barman and Purvis, risen with the rest, walked at her side with wonder-stricken hearts, gazing upon her through kind tearful eyes. Each found his steed beside the mountain base, and mounted, all that goodly company, she with her crystal chalice at the head. Then with her soft voice trembling through the crowd, back let us to the world from whence we came, and since that life hath many golden springs, hath many joys to gain through toil and doubt, still let us scale the mountain for the prize, and close our ears to folly's wagging tongue. They spurred along until the sun sank low, and by the way arose the lonely tree, mere sat the dervise, rheumy-eyed and old, blood-red the western sky, the clouds back waved, and one faint star pale glimmering in the height. There found they still the dervise 'neath his tree, where he had pointed them the eastern way, now sleeping the last sleep with smiling lips. The golden water found, his task is done, and now the watcher calmly takes his rest. Then on in silence through the quiet night. Years ago. This day it was, years ago, long years ago, when first we met, when first her voice thrilled through my heart, Aeolian sweet, thrilled through my heart, and glances from her soft brown eyes, like gleamings out of paradise, shone on my heart, and made it bright with fullness of celestial light. This day it seems, this day, and yet, years ago, long years ago. This day it was, years ago, long years ago, when first I knew how all her beauty filled my soul, with mystic glory filled my soul, and every word and smile she gave, like motions of a sunlit wave, rocked me with divine emotion, joyous, o'er life's smiling ocean. This day it seems, this day, and yet, years ago, long years ago. This day it was, years ago, long years ago, when first I heard, amid the silence of my soul, the fearful silence of my soul, that warning voice of doom declare, O God! Unmoved by my despair, how her soft eyes would lose their light, their holy, pure, and stainless light, and all the beauty of her being fade sadly, swiftly from my seeing. This day it seems, me. This day, though years ago, sad years ago. This day it was, Years ago, long years ago, when dumb I stood beside that little grass-green mound, would I had lain beneath the mound, and gazed out through my briny tears, upon the future lonely years, upon the cold, bleak, cheerless years, till earth should ope her grassy breast, and take me to my welcome rest, where she in death's cold arms lay pressed. This day it seems, ah me. This day, though years ago, sad years ago. This day it was, ah. Years ago, long years ago, and yet I still gaze through moist eyes upon the past, the cherished, unforgotten past, gaze onward through the coming days, and wonder, with a sweet amaze, what sunrise with its rosy light will bring her to my longing sight, what sunset with its golden glow will o'er the long-sought slumber flow, amid whose visions she shall gleam, as once she did through youth's sweet dream, ah! Years ago, long years ago. Vulcan. From the darksome earth mine lifted, from the clay and from the rock loosened out with many a shock, slowly from the clay dross sifted, molten in the fire bright burning, ever purer, whiter turning, ho! The anvil, cool and steady, for the softened rod make ready. Blow, thou wind, upon the flame, raise it ever higher, hotter, till, like clay before the potter, soft become the iron frame, bending at the worker's will, all his purpose to fulfill, ho! The fire-purged rod is ready for the anvil, cool and steady. At each stroke the sparks fly brightly upward from the glowing mass, hail! The stroke that makes them pass, fall it heavy, fall it lightly. Now the stubborn strength bends humbly, to the master yielding dumbly, from the metal, purged and glowing, forms of freest grace are flowing. Wield thine hammer well, strong arm. Strength to beauty, asterisk, wedded brings glory out of rudest things, facts from mere imaginings, strike from steel its hidden charm. Little reck the rocks the blow that makes the living water flow, little recks man's soul the rod that scourges it through tears to God. Asterisk footnote, Vulcan was wedded to Venus. Song. The days are past, the days are past, when we did meet, my love and I, and youthful joys are fading fast, like radiant angels up the sky, but still with every dawning day come back the blessed thoughts of old, like sunshine in a morn of May, to keep the heart from growing cold. The flowers are gone, the leaves are shed, that waved about us as we strayed, and many a bird for aye has fled, that shouted to us from the glade. Yet every leaf and flower that springs in beauty round the ripening year, and every summer carol brings new sweetness from the old time dear. Guy of Warwick. An episode. Autumn went faintly flying o'er the land, trailing her golden hair along the west, weeping to find her waving fields despoiled, her yellow leaves all floating on the wind, and winter grim came stalking from the north. Around the coast rough blasts began to blow, and toss the seas about in giant sport, lurking without to catch unwary sails, and snap their bellying seams against the mast. So Guy lay idly waiting in the port, gazing out eastward through the stormy mist, gazing out eastward morn and closing eve, seeking some break amid the hurtling clouds. But many days the same wind strongly blew, keeping his bark close moored within the bay, jerking the cable, like a restive steed. And waiting thus impatient to be gone, looking out seaward from the dripping wharf, strange rumours filled his ears, from inland come, how all the land around his native place was devastated by a mighty beast, most terrible to see, and passing strong. They told him how it slew both man and brute, destroying every living thing around, and laying waste the land for many a mile, and how 'twas thought no blade, by mortal wrought, could cleave its way into the monster's heart. And then they told him how his lord the king had late proclaimed through all the country round, that whosoe'er should slay the noisome beast, should straight be knighted by his kingly sword, and honoured greatly in the rescued land. Yet none was found so stout of heart and limb, to venture in this perilous emprise, but they said, supposing him far off, if famous Guy were here, there were a man would rid us of this monster presently. But as for him, he speeds away through France, bearing to other lands his strength, that, faith, were better spent at home amongst his kin. And still the east wind blustered to the shore. Now Guy, whose ears still tingled all the day with these strange murmurs of the troubled land, began to feel his heart with pity move, and, for his soul still fretted at delay, like a leashed hound that scents the flying game, he straight resolved to take this quarrel up, and for his country's weal to slay the beast. So he arose, girt on his trusty sword, and with his bow and quiver slung behind, and at his belt his mighty battle-axe, rode calmly forth to slay the hurtful beast. And no man knew that he was Guy, for all believed him far away on foreign shores, which pleased him passing well, because he said, I do this thing for Fliss and the king, and none shall know but heaven that sees the deed. But when the country feels returning joy, her heart will flutter with a secret thought. And all the land was desolate and waste. The fields stood rotting 'neath the autumn rains, and no man plucked the sodden corn that lay, dead ripe, along the furrows mid the weeds. No cattle browsed upon the long rank grass, or paused to gaze upon him as he rode. The cottages, deserted all in haste, stood open-doored and rifted by the winds, with cold grey ashes scattered o'er the hearth. Here he beheld the homely meal spread forth, which no man ate, and there, upon the floor, an o'erturned cradle, whence a mother late had snatched her babe up with a cry, and fled. And all his heart was sore with what he saw, for he met none to wish him once Godspeed. So he spurred onward swifter to the place where lurked the monster that thus spoiled the land, and long the road seemed to him in his wrath. At last he came unto the fearful spot, marked with the blanching bones of man and beast, a thicket planted by a lonely heath, o'ergrown with brambles and unwholesome weeds, that clasping trees around with which like arms, poisoned their life out, and still held them dead. And at one side there stretched a stagnant pool, unstirred by any grateful breeze, but thick with slimy leaves, and rushes all forlorn, and every footstep on the spongy bank filled straightway with the oozing of decay. The beast hid in the bosom of this wood, and as Guy went he saw two eyes of fire burn through the darkness of the wood, like blasts sent from a smith's forge suddenly at night. But, naught dismayed he bent his bow of steel, and sent an arrow whirring through the leaves. He heard the shaft ring on the monster's ribs, and backward leap, as when a falchion strikes full on a warrior's casque with fiery force, whereat with roaring horrible to hear, like storm winds belching through a cavern's mouth, forth rushed the monster, furious and grim, with open jaws and reeking breath at Guy, who, leaping nimbly back, put forth his strength, and struck her full between the eyes a blow that made the stout axe quiver in his hand. But, nothing hurt, the maddened beast rushed on, and nigh overwhelmed him in her headlong course, denting his breastplate, wrought of tempered steel, with the close home thrust of her pointed horns. But Guy, swift wheeling round his snorting steed, thought on his fliss, and, with mighty strength, launched forth a stroke that made the thick blood flow in loathsome torrents from a gaping wound. So, cheered at heart, he thundered blow on blow, till, with a bellow of despair and pain, the monster tore the earth, and, writhing, died. And when Guy saw that he had slain the beast, he was right glad, and full of sweet content. And so he wiped his blood-stained battle axe, and rode with lightened heart in haste away to bear the welcome tidings to the town. And as he passed or that he dreamt, or saw, it seemed as though the land bloomed up again, and sunshine filled the air with hope and life. And so he bore the tidings to the town, and when the people heard the beast was dead, they gathered round with tears and cries of joy, and scarce found words to thank and honor him. And one brought forth her babe, and held him up, and cried, "Look, child, upon him, that your soul may know the fashion of a noble man." But still he told no man that he was Guy. And all desired to lead him to the king, but he would not, and turned another way. "Nay, friends," said he, "I need no recompense. For in the doing of a worthy deed lies all the honor that a man should seek." And thus he turned away unto the sea, and would not tarry, or for prayers, or tears, and when he came unto the quiet port, he said no word unto his waiting men, but gazed out seaward, and the waves were down, the clouds fast breaking, and the west wind blew, and many a sail sped swiftly o'er the main, white in the sunshine as a seagull's wing, and so he went on shipboard cheerily, and they hove anchor with a right good will, and spreading canvas to the welcome breeze, bore swiftly out into the open sea, and Guy stood silent in the dipping bows, gazing out seaward with a strange still smile. At eventide, the day fades fast, and backward ebbs the tide of light from the far hills in billows bright, scattering foam, as they sweep past, o'er the low clouds that bank the sky, and barrier day off solemnly. Above the land grey shadows stretch out, still and cold, flinging o'er water, wood, and wold, mysterious shapes, whose ghastly hand presses down sorrow on the heart, and silence on the lips that part. The dew mist broods heavy and low o'er field and fen, like gloom above the souls of men, and through the forest solitudes the fitful night wind rustles by, breathing many a wailing sigh, O day, O life, ending in gloom together here, though not one star of hope appear, still through the cold bleak future gaze, that mocks thee with its murky haze. Soon morn shall end the doubt, the strife, and give unto thy weeping eyes the far night-guarded paradise. A dirge. Winds are sighing round the drooping eaves, sadly float the midnight hours away, dun and grey athwart the ivy leaves, fall the first pale chilly tints of day, ah me! The weary, weary tints of day. Soon the darkness will be past and gone, soon the silence spread its noiseless wing, sleep will strike its tent and hurry on, life commence its weary wandering, ah me! Its weary, weary wandering. Not the sighing of my lonely heart, not the heavy grief clouds hanging o'er, not its silence can with night depart, gloom hangs o'er it ever, evermore, ah me! Darkness ever, evermore. To my dream love. Where art thou, oh, my beautiful? Afar I seek thee sadly, till the day is done, and o'er the splendor of the setting sun, cold, calm, and silvery, floats the evening star. Where art thou? Ah! Where art thou, hidden light that haunts me, yet still wraps thee from my sight? Not wholly, ah! Not wholly, still love's eyes trace thy dim beauty through the mystic veil, like the young moon that glimmers faint and pale, at noontide through the sun-web of the skies, but ah! I ope mine arms, and thou art gone, and only memory knows where thou hast shone. Night, night the tender, the compassionate, binds thee, gem-like, amid her raven hair. I dream, I see, I feel that thou art there, and stand all weeping at sleep's golden gate, till the leaves open, and the glory streams down through my tranced soul in radiant dreams. Too short, soon comes the chilly morn, to shake from love's boughs all their sleep-born bloom, and wake my heart back to its bitter doom, sending me through the land downcast, forlorn, whilst thou, my beautiful, art far away, bearing the brightness from my joyless day. I stand and gaze across earth's fairest sea, and still the plashing of the restless main sounds like the clashing of a prisoner's chain, that binds me, oh, my beautiful, from thee. Oh, sea-bird, flashing past on snow-white wing, bear my soul to her in thy wandering. My heart is weary gazing o'er the sea, o'er the long dreary lines that close the sky, through solemn sunsets ever mournfully, gazing in vain, my beautiful, for thee, hearing the sullen waves forevermore dashing around me on the lonely shore. But tides creep lazily about the sands, washing frail landmarks, lethe-like, away, and though their records perish day by day, still stand I ever, with close-clasped hands, gazing far westward o'er the heaving sea, gazing in vain, my beautiful, for thee. A night scene. The lights have faded from the little casement, as though her closing eyes had brought on night, and now she dreams, ah! Dreams supremely bright, while silence reigns around from roof to basement. And slow the moon is mounting up the sky, drawing heaven's myriads in her queenly train, flinging rich largesse, as she passes by, of beauty freely over hill and plain. Around the lattice creep the pure white roses, and one light bough rests gently on the pane, the diamond pane, through which the angel train gaze on the sister saint who there reposes. The moonlight silvers softly o'er it now, and round the eaves the south wind whispers lowly, waving the leaves like curls on maiden's brow. the peace and stillness make the place seem holy. The little garden where she daily strays, sleeps like the precinct of a place enchanted, and many a flower by her own dear hands planted, waves mystically 'neath the starry rays. There is such strange still beauty in the spot, that in the misty moonshine oft it seems a vision that the waking eye sees not, but some fair pleasaunce blooming up in dreams. The dew-distilled perfumes richly rise, and float unseen about the silent air, breathing a balmy sweetness everywhere, like some blessed secret fresh from paradise. Upon the soul dim thoughts of Eden press, within the stillness of this inner shrine, where nature has unveiled her loveliness, and to the angels bared her soul divine. There is no sound upon the ear of night, the distant watchdog's bayeth sunk to rest, the thrush is brooding o'er his quiet nest, and the light clouds sweep on with noiseless flight. O heart, why beat so wildly? She will hear, and start from slumber in serene surprise. Away! Away! Why longer linger here to mar the silence with thy swelling sighs? Sonnet. O cloud so golden, stealing o'er the sky, like pensive thought across a virgin mind, scarce sadder than the sunshine left behind, would that o'er heaven with thee my soul could fly, scanning earth's beauty with a lover's eye, tracing the waving waters and the woods, their sleepy shades and silent solitudes, where all the summer through I long to lie. O cloud so golden stealing o'er the sky, sailed I within thy bosom o'er heaven's main, methinks that, gazing downward on the glory, the liquid loveliness of sea and plain, of mountain, isle, and leafy promontory, my soul would melt and fall again in rain. Floating down the river. My little bark glides steadily along, still and unshaken as a summer dream, and never falls the oar into the stream, for 'tis but morning, and the current strong, so let the ripples bear me as they will. Sweet, sweet is life, and every sound is song, sorrow lies sleeping, and joy sends me still swift floating down the river. Bright shines the sun athwart the linden trees, one little cloud alone steals o'er the sky, as o'er the widening stream below steal I, fanned by the same faint perfume-laden breeze. Bird music answers sweetly through the air, the unheard warbling of heart melodies. Thus go I dreaming, free from faintest care, swift floating down the river. Pure lie the broad-leaved lilies on the tide, with glowing petals in the midst, that rest like the gold shower on Danae's lovely breast, and the tall rushes cluster on the side. Ho! Sweet-lipped lily, thou must be my prize, thus shall I pluck thee in thy beauty's pride. Failed all too steadily my shallop hies, swift floating down the river. The stream fast widens, and upon the shore rise busy hamlets mid the falling woods, filling their shorn and broken solitudes, with labor's clamor ever more and more. No more, no more in dreams of love all day, rich set in music from the forest's hoar, now gaily speeds my untossed bark away, swift floating down the river. Let me take oar, and turn mine eager prow, back to the quiet waveless source again, where no harsh sound breaks on the dreaming brain, and winds steal softly round the careless brow. Swift as a dream my tiny bark hath gone, and stoutly though I ply the oar, yet now my weary shallop still goes sadly on, swift floating down the river. Ah! never more for me, ah! Never more return those blessed morning hours again. The sun beats hotly on my throbbing brain, and no cool shade waves friendly from the shore. My feeble oar dips powerless utterly, and onward, onward, though I struggle sore, still goes my bark towards the surging sea, swift floating down the river. Welcome art thou, O cool and fragrant eve! Welcome art thou, though night pursue thee fast, with thee the burning and the toil roll past, and there is time to gaze back and to grieve. Hoarse ocean murmurs fall upon mine ears, and round me now prophetic billows heave, as on I go, out looking through salt tears, swift floating down the river, swift floating to the sea. Orpheus. About the land I wander, all forlorn, about the land, with sorrow-quenched eyes, seeking my love among the silent woods, seeking her by the fountains and the streams, calling her name unto lone mountain tops, sending it flying on the clouds to heaven. I drop my tears amid the dews at morn, I trouble all the night with prayers and sighs, that, like a veil thick set with golden stars, hideth my woe, but cannot silence it, yet never more at morning, noon, or night, cometh their answer back, Eurydice, thy voice speaks nevermore, Eurydice, O far, death-stricken, lost Eurydice. Hearest thou my weary cries, Eurydice? Hearing, but answering not from out the past, wrap thee in thy robe of everlasting light, round which the accents flutter faintingly, like larks slow panting upward to the sun. Or roll the golden sands of day away, and never more the voice of my despair trickles among them o'er thine unmoved ear, though every grove doth multiply the sound, and all the land sigh forth Eurydice. My heart is all untamed for evermore, the strings hang loose and warp thee for evermore, the rocks resound not with my olden songs, nor melt in echoes on the tranced breeze, the streams flow on to music all their own, the magic of my lyre hath passed thee away, for love ne'er sweeps sweet music from its chords, for thou art passed thee away, Eurydice, thou tuner of my song, Eurydice, and there is naught to guide the erring tones that once breathed thee but of thee, Eurydice, that made each breeze sweet with Eurydice, and taught each fountain and each running stream to sing of thee, O lost Eurydice. The serpent saw thee, O Eurydice. The serpent slew thee, O Eurydice. Stealing amongst the grass, Eurydice, the long rank grass, that stretched Briarean arms to clasp thee to itself, Eurydice. And soon they laid thee from the sight of men, laid thee beneath the rankly waving grass, opening earth's portals wide to let thee wend forth to Plutonian realms of gloom away, and never more about the waiting land stray thee thy light steps at morn or shady eve. No fountain hid thine image in its heart, no flowers leapt up to wreathe thy golden hair, no more the fawns within the forest glade followed thee a foot more lightsome than their own. The moon stole through the night in dim surprise, and all the stars looked thee pale with wondering, for thou camest not, O lost Eurydice. Earth found thee not, O lost Eurydice. Love found thee not, O lost Eurydice. I could not stay where thou wert not, forlorn, I could not live, O lost Eurydice, not I Charon itself could fright me back from where thy footsteps wandered thee, best beloved. And so I sought thee e'en at Had's gate, charmed wide its leaves with melody of woe, and dared the grave to keep me from thine arms. I flowed away upon a stream of song, to dark Pluto's grimly guarded throne, melting the cruel Cerberus himself, the Parse, and snake-lock Eumenides, to pity of my measureless despair. I sang thy beauty, O Eurydice. I sighed my love forth, O Eurydice. With tears and weary sighs, Eurydice. And at thy name the pains of hell grew light, Ixion's wheel stopped in its weary rounds, the rock of Sisyphus forgot to roll, and draughts of comfort flowed o'er Tantalus. Then from old Dis's hands the keys slipped down, and words of hope and pity spake he forth. He promised thee again if I would go, never back looking, from those realms of gloom where thou wert, best beloved. How could I leave thee thus, Eurydice? Without one look, one glance, Eurydice. And I perchance no more to gaze on thee, snared by some fatal falsehood from thy side. Yet strove I hard, until at length I came where Lethe flowed before me, faint and dim, ye gods. How could I cross it from my love, that might wash out her memory that I should live and dream of her no more, that I should live and love her nevermore, that I should sing no more, Eurydice, that I should leave her in the grip of hell, nor bear her forth on the wings of thought. And so I turned to gaze, Eurydice. I turned to clasp thee, O Eurydice, and lo! Thy form straightway dissolved away, thy beauty in the light dissolved away, and hadst and all things dissolved away, until I found me on thy cold, cold grave, amid the grass that I would grew o'er me, clasping us close within one narrow home, where I no more might wake and find thee gone. The earth oped not unto my frantic cries, the portals closed thee from me evermore, else had I melted hell itself with prayers, and borne thee back to earth triumphantly. I cried, heart-stricken, on Proserpina, I rent the rocks around with endless prayers, I told her all the story of our love, I launched my sorrows on her woman's heart, I sought her through the barren winter time, the woeful winter time for earth and me, and, oh, I thought, her soul will soon relent, and rush in crystal torrents from her eyes, till in the joy of sympathetic tears, she woo my love from Pluto's stony heart. I waited, and I questioned long the spring, I questioned every flower and budding spray, if thou didst come among them back again, I conjured each bright blossom, each green leaf, that, leaving earth, she bears full armed to Dis, but backward flingeth ere her glad return, that every step of glorious liberty, fall upon flowers throughout the happy land, but never came response, Eurydice, the flowers were dumb, O lost Eurydice. They would not see thee spring from earth like them, outshining all their fainter loveliness, and so they left me to my lorn despair, she left me lorn, O false Proserpina. And never more may I behold thee here, in spring or summer, O Eurydice. By day or night, O lost Eurydice. They shall not keep me from thee, O beloved. Dis shall not keep me from thee, O beloved, but I shall shake his gates in my despair, until they open wide to let me pass. I'll take my life up like a mighty rock, and so beat breaches in the walls of time, I'll cast existence from me like a wrestler's robes, and with my supple, naked soul throw fate. I'll snap the shackles whose Promethean links bind down my soul unto this narrow earth. Dost hear my voice dim floating to thee now, along the waves that ripple at my feet? Thus do I come to thee, Eurydice, through waving water floods. Eurydice, I come, beloved Eurydice. The Sculptor. The dream fell on him one calm summer night, stealing amid the waving of the corn, that waited, golden, for the harvest morn. The dream fell on him through the still moonlight. The land lay silent, and the new mown hay rested upon it like a dreamy sleep, and stealing softly o'er each yellow heap, the night breeze bore sweet incense breath away. The dew lay thick upon the unsturdy leaves, the glowworm glistened brightly as he passed. The thrush still shonted, but the swallows fast hied to their home beneath lone cottage eaves. He had been straying through the land that day, dreaming of beauty as some dream of love, and all the earth beneath, the heaven above, in mirrored glory on his spirit lay. And, as he went, from every sight and sound, from silence, from the sweetness in the air, from earth, from heaven, from nature everywhere, gleamed forth a deep dim thought and clasped him round. The thought oppressed him with a weary joy, seeking forever for its perfect shape, that from his eager eyes would still escape, flatter him onward, then his hopes destroy. He sought it in the bosom of the hills, he sought it in the silence of the woods, their sunny nooks and shady solitudes. He sought it in the fountains and the rills. He watched the stars come faintly through the skies, and on his upturned brow the clear moon shone, flooding his heart like pale Endymion. But still the thought hid dimly from his eyes, its voice came to him on the evening breeze, that fluttered faintly through his summer dreams. He heard it through the flowing of the streams. He heard it softly rustling through the trees. Yet still the thought that murmured through his heart, he found not anywhere about the land, ne'er saw its spirit shape before him stand, though from all nature it seemed prone to start. And thus he wandered homeward, dreaming still of all the beauty that had haunted him, with mystic meanings shadowy and dim. By woodland, and by meadow, vale and hill, he wandered homeward, and in musing mood stayed his slow steps beside a marble block, hewn from some far unstained Italian rock, that for his shaping chisel waiting stood. Then his heart spoke out to him, not alone this thought divine hides in the streams and woods, seeking expression through their solitudes, perchance e'en lies it in this unhewn stone. It may be that the soul which fills all space, and speaks up to us from each thing we see, in words that are forever mystery, within this Parian, too, a resting place. He gazed on, dreaming through the dim twilight, and to his inner sight the marble grew clear and translucent, so that, gazing through, a mystic shape formed to his wondering sight, that seemed imprisoned in the Parian cell, seeking in vain release and utterance, forevermore, with upward beaming glance, framing the words its lips could never tell. The vision passed but still with unseen power, it stirred within his heart by night and day, and swift to hew the prison walls away, the sculptor toiled love strengthened from that hour. He wrought with patience, and at length, amazed, beheld the mystic form all perfect stand, released in beauty by his artist hand. He scarce knew how, and wondered as he gazed. It was a lovely form whose lifted arms yearned towards heaven with all its radiant frame, as though the soul within on wings of flame up from the earth would waft its angel charms. But still one touch retained it to the ground, so that the love that beamed up from its eyes flowed evermore towards the distant skies, and yet to earth the shape remained spellbound. The dream fell on him one calm summer night, and thus in that fair form still heavenward turning, eternal aspiration, endless yearning, stood now the thought before his gladdened sight. The End. Advertisement, by the same author. Eidolon, and other poems. Asterisk 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 End of the Project Gutenberg ebook poems asterisk 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 Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1 The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7 Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8 You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that You pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Poems. London contents. Mabel Heb Spring the Bittern Gone Beatrice di Tender Serenade the Eagle Wither. The Morning Star The Delectable Mountains The Dark River Witham Woods The Star in the East Under the Sea Wind A Challenge at Parting A Withered Rosebud De Profundis The Mother Sonnet, Data Hora Quieti Sea Margins Song, Love Took Me Softly by the Hand The Bell Llewellyn in a Shell The Raven Sonnets on the Death of the Duke of Wellington The Passage Birds Memon A Conceit The Land's End The Olden Time Father and Son Orion The Golden Water Years Ago Vulcan Song, The Days Are Past Guy of Warwick at Eventide A Dirge to My Dream Love A Night Scene Sonnet, O cloud so golden floating down the river Orpheus the Sculptor Dramatis Personae. Mabel. Scene 2. The same. Aran. Scene 3. A boudoir. Flowers about it, in beautifully shaped vases. A greenhouse at one end. The window panes delicately tinted, and hung with light fleecy draperies. Mabel working, and singing in a low voice. Heb. Spring. The bittern. Gone. Beatrice di Tender. Serenade. The eagle. Wither. The morning star. The delectable mountains. The dark river. Witham woods. The star in the east. Under the sea. Wind. A challenge. At parting. A withered rosebud. De Profundis. The mother. Sonnet. Sea margins. Song. The bell. Llewellyn. Morgan. Monk. Llewellyn. A shell. The raven. Sonnets. The passage birds. Memon. A conceit. The land's end. The olden time. Father and son. Orion. The golden water. Years ago. Vulcan. Song. Guy of Warwick. At Eventide. A dirge. To my dream love. A night scene. Sonnet. Floating down the river. Orpheus. The sculptor. The end. Advertisement. the full Project Gutenberg license.